Now it should work.
Yeah, there's sound.
Does it? Check, check. Everyone, Galaxy Games
You are live.
2026. Let's go. We start at 11, room B. Come on, check us out.
Yes, hello.
Speaking into the void.
I don't think there's anyone watching. Hi, if anyone's watching, get hyped for Stream B Talks in this room. We are just doing a little test, so if you do happen to be watching, hi.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah,
Let's go.
send your complaints to this guy if there's any problems.
Or this guy. This is the boss. Well, the boss, my boss.
So this is kind of like I don't know, like an entry drug or something like that to coding. But really, the main thing in interaction design, like which is essentially what we're doing, is creating independently testable prototypes. That is the most important thing. And if getting to that testable prototype is going to be a problem, that's going to be a huge problem for your design. So I guess does anyone ever think here that any paper prototype can actually yield accurate tests? Yes, no. Oh, you do. Oh,
Like testing past the game will also depend on the kind of gameplay.
yes, it does. Yeah, I suppose it does. But I think like paper prototype testing can only really be accurate for board games. But for real games, I think real games really need to be like digitally tested. I guess the other complication with this isn't really this toolkit that I'm going to talk to you guys about. This isn't really designed for games as such. It just so happens to use a game engine, but you can kind of use some of its functionality to get into it. So I guess the first thing I'll do is I'm just going to give you a way to look for it. So I think the way people kind of get to it is they just go ahead and Google and say easy GitHub, and then easy peasy interaction toolkit on the search thing. Oh, hey, that's Will Smith right there. But like and then and then I guess the first thing that comes up is this old YouTube video, and then it's not famous enough yet that it'll be the first thing. This is an old video, but what you can do is you can. Oh wait, no, it isn't. It is the current video. It will soon be very soon going to be an old video, but you'll get to the GitHub link over here, and yeah. So I guess essentially, if you go to GitHub over here, github.com, and then look for Easy Peasy Interaction Toolkit. I think that kind of gets it. Yeah. So that's what we get. And this whole GitHub project is a Unity project. So what you can do is you can clone it. I'm assuming you guys know how to use GitHub already. Okay, cool. For those that don't, what you can do is you can just download a copy of that here and say download a zip, and that's going to be a Unity project. Cool. If you need like a more detailed guide, if you're like, don't know if you're a complete Unity beginner, what you can do is you can click on this guided worksheet over here. And essentially it's like a self-contained exercise textbook almost material kind of thing. So again, the people that we had in mind for this one is students that already had a degree, that kind of know how to follow steps, have some critical thinking skills already, but don't have the technical skills to create digital prototypes. So what I do is I get my students to go to this little booklet here, and then I ask them to before coming into class, could you please go do chapter 0 and chapter 1? And then we'll start to talk about these theories and things. So these are the specific steps. I won't necessarily go through this, but this is going to be for later if you wanted to take a look at it. So then I guess what we'll do for the rest of the time, hopefully we have enough time, is have a look at some of the toolkit's features, and then kind of show you that it's as easy as drag and drop to actually start creating immersive environments, immersive interactions, and then depending on the IT gods, I'll see if I can show you it like running in VR. So I have the VR headset over here. I have all the cables. Let's see how we go. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. So the toolkit is essentially just a whole bunch of scripts, prefabs, and exercises that we can go through. And then it started out like as a thing, like I explained for my students to actually just get going and create actually testable digital prototypes. And it started out with these example scenes over here. So then like now over the years, we now have 37 38 example scenes. And then these example scenes are just basically showing you like little bits and pieces of what you can do. But what's interesting here, I guess for certain situations where people really need exact step-by-step instructions, you might see some of these open tutorial video buttons over here. So what I'd get the students to do is just go through these and play around with them. This is like a super basic, I guess, dialogue scene, and what I try to get them to do is in immersive design, we don't ever use screen fixed UI elements. So how like in iPads and Windows and stuff like that, you would have stuff stuck to your screen, but that makes people sick. So what I get them to do is I get them to practice doing what we call diegetic user interfaces. So you can see that like in the preview view, I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger. That these UI elements actually exist in the virtual world, and that's always what we want to do. And I guess the other thing. Oh, yep.
Why do you prefer diegetic?
Because it like screen fixed elements will make people sick in virtual reality. And also it's just like less. Honestly, it's less to think about also because I get to use UI elements for different screen sizes. Like on an iPad, and then like you got like desktop, and then like phone. So then you have to worry about like anchoring points and that kind of thing. So that is also the other secret thing that I wanted to avoid. But the primary thing is we don't want people getting sick in this. So in fact, when you deploy to virtual reality, if you have any screen fixed elements at all, it's now just banned. Like Unity will just won't render it. And this is like I guess like in immersive design, the rules like because we're still working out what to do with virtual reality, augmented reality. But like this is one of the rules that's like or like really established now. We shouldn't do that because it just makes people sick. Tiny little elements like let's say this crosshair over here, like that's okay because we can I guess our brains just is strong enough to ignore that. But as soon as it gets bigger and bigger and takes up more of your screen, that just makes you sick. And I guess I can talk about why it makes people sick, but perhaps maybe I'll just continue on with this thing. Unless people are interested in the physiological reasons of why that might be true. But anyway, so these are the way the toolkit would work is you just go through each of these examples and have a look at which of these scenes have the functionality that you want. But occasionally, some scenes are so complex that you'll need a tutorial video to actually get to it. So, for example, this one's supposed to be a timed puzzle situation. So the idea here is you would put that red thing over there, and then you can kind of see that it's if you put the red thing the red box inside the red square area, it's deleted the little barrier thing, and then what's going to happen is when both of them fall, and it'll say puzzle complete, but that was a time thing. But that is so complex that setting all that up, I couldn't really self-contain everything in here. So if you were just to click that tutorial video, you'd have hopefully a less than 3-minute video explaining exactly what to do to get that set up. So generally, like you'll see little things like that. And then going back to the exercises, I'm just going to click over here. Yeah, I don't know why I closed that down. So if we go back to the exercises, these like for example, if we go to chapter 1, it'll kind of tell you what to do. So just like go into this folder inside chapter 1 and then do these activities here. And then I'm just going to load up these ones over here. And I've tried to put in like the instructions inside the exercises themselves, but then you also have the actual solutions to the specific exercises. Okay, as I was going through the the overview of that, maybe I'll talk a little bit about some like quote unquote advanced capabilities of what you can just do just using drag and drop. And I think one of the ones that I'm just going to open up examples over here, and then we go straight to the example projects. And I think one of the more complex ones is the paywall vending machine. So this is an example of actual the toolkit being actually be able to do logic and enough to be able to paywall someone. So like I guess in our industry we need to get paid, right? So I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to make this joke work, but again, you can see this whole idea here is there's a tutorial video to, I think this is slightly longer, but it'll kind of tell you exactly what to do if you get stuck. Okay, so what's the idea here? We pick up we pick up some money, and then if we put the money in here, actually, I'm just gonna try to see if I can get some toys without paying for money. So like Elmo, you get feedback saying you don't have enough money. Doraemon, you get feedback saying you don't have enough money. So then we put in some money into the pay box, into the coin slot, whatever we call these properly. I actually don't know. I don't make vending machines, by the way. I just make virtual ones. Okay, so we have $10 remaining, and then we just buy an Optimus Prime, and then Optimus Prime is going to come out of that thing. You can pick it up. That's supposedly your toy. And then Elmo over here, and that's supposedly your toy. And you can see every time we subtract, every time we try to buy the toys, we subtract the money. So you can see that it's got that full logic. And my claim today is, and in fact, you just have to believe me because I proved it using the YouTube video, that people are able to make this functionality just using drag and drop. I'm kind of give you. No, I'm not. I'm going to go to the pachinko machine. So if you'll just kind of indulge me, I'll just show you another example of like slightly more complex behaviors for this particular thing, and then maybe we can take a step back a little bit and then do something from scratch, and then maybe I'll get some suggestions from the audience about like what kind of thing we might want to make. And you'll see me manipulate you slightly like into something a little bit more simple, probably. But yeah, does everyone know what a pachinko machine is? Okay, great. So this is this is not really a traditional pachinko machine. It's just a pachinko machine in the sense that it uses these balls, and then I'm just going to go over here so like we have a better view of what that is. I'm going to turn off the gizmos just so you can see the scene a little bit better. And this one, you kind of pick up the ball. You kind of put that into the little launching area, and then the idea here is you want to try and get these little balls into these little pockets over here, and then I'm just going to go ahead and launch. Let's see if we can get anything. Oh, cool! I got one here, and you can see that the score was updated. Yeah. Okay, it's all drag and drop, but it doesn't. This particular one doesn't have a video, so you'll just have to trust me on that one. Okay, so let's do some basic stuff. So let's if we at the very beginning of this, you might have just a completely empty scene. If we just go ahead and say new scene, I'll just say let's just okay, basic URP will be okay. I didn't want it to be completely empty. So what do we do when we're making this little scene? We'll put in like a little plane, so we have a floor that we can go to, and now we need something to be able to explore this environment, right? So then what we'll do is we can go into the prefab section, and then we can take a look at I forgot where it was actually. Is it general interactables? Well, the next thing you can do is you can just do the search and then just say like a player, and let's see where it is. It is inside flat screen specific. So you can see that I've flat screen specific. I've separated these so people know where it is. But if you wanted to have If you wanted to actually put a different player in here, you go to XR Utilities and you kind of put that in. You kind of put that in here. So okay, so we have flat screen specific. We'll just drag this into here, and then now we can just press play and then move around the environment. Okay. So just kind of as easy as that. But I don't know. I guess what do we want to do next? So we'll just put a button here that shows a message. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So then we'll just say look for a button. So I think this will be inside General Interactables. But another way to do it is just search for it in the search box. So button, and then easy peasy button interactable. So you just drag that into here. We'll put that in view. Actually, the other thing that I subtly did. So I remember when I pressed play, there was this main camera, but it just kind of deleted the main camera from the player. So that's one thing that my students very often forget to do. Just delete the main camera because it's not really doing anything for us, and it gets deleted by the code anyway. So anyway, let's put this button over here, and then it just says click. So this is another frustration that I have because my students often don't change the text because it's like a button that has click. What does that mean? But it's kind of my fault probably for making click. So perhaps the default text should just be button. But then what's the bet that it's just going to be button most of the time? So let's say show message, right? Or just say message. Yeah. Cool. And then in Unity, one of the things that we can do, or the very basic game design things that we can do, is turn objects on and off, and it's a very basic computer thing. So what are we going to turn on and off? Let's turn on and off a message. So let's just say, I don't know, like, well, we'll need to find some text in here, right? So I'm going to find label. So this is the, again, world space. So remember what I was talking about, the diegetic user interfaces. So everything needs to be inside the world itself. So that's why I have a whole bunch of these prefabs that we kind of put in. And we'll just kind of drag that in. I guess one of the cool things about diegetic user interfaces is that everything's kind of predictable, like the positioning of it. Yet you're not like kind of wondering where is it going to be and that kind of thing. Anyway, what shall this text be? So yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Great. And it took a little while for us to actually say hello, didn't it? And then let's just say hello. And then we'll deactivate this to begin with. And now this is where the drag and drop magic comes from. Now we have these events over here inside. I guess like with my students, I'd have to explain what an event is, but maybe with this audience, you guys know what events are, right? So then what I get them to do is I just say, oh, well, you need to add an event over here, and then you need to talk to the object that you want to talk to. And then you need to go into the functions that the object has, and then talk to that function. And essentially, they can pretty much do everything from here. If the function of the code already exists. So that's the limitation. And this is the importance of knowing how to code, is because if you don't have a function, you can just go ahead and make it. Anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to activate that hello world thing, and then we'll just say press play. And a lot of people coming in late. Or maybe that was someone leaving. Oh no, that's someone late. Okay, so this button is already like pre-designed. It's got like all the different highlight events and stuff. But now we just say hello, and then that event got triggered. Now we can do the same thing with another affordance, and then can anyone think of another? Yep.
So I had a question.
Sure.
I don't know if this came in late. Is it okay to ask questions?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a interactive session. Yeah.
I was going to ask. I can see there's a list of functions available on the game object
Mhm.
drop down. does that work? Oh yeah, and I saw there was one for the game object and one for the transform. I'm rusty in Unity,
Ah,
but for do custom components show up in that as well?
yes,
Yes.
yeah, they do. Yeah. So essentially, like the Unity event system, like if any of the functions are public, then you have that accessible. So let's have another example here. So let's say,
Line up with does the function parameters line up whatever parameters you put in the events though?
oh yes. So there is a limitation for functions or like parameters within Unity. I think it's just Boolean, strings, and floats. And so,
Object references.
oh, you can do object references now. Nice, cool.
Uh,
I guess I never tried. Let's try today. Uh, okay. So for example, if we just had I think I have some audio files in here. So audio. Oh, yeah, we do have audio. So if we wanted to have some audio in here, so let's say like this is the audio source component, and then like this has public functions, right? So what we can do is I'm just going to duplicate this button over here, and then let's just change the text here to say uh, ping. I really hope this is the ping sound. Oh no, it's hello.
hide the button that says hello.
We yeah, I guess we could. But we're already using this for something else. So let's just say hi. Um, uh, actually, there's General Kenobi in here. I think
Hello there.
uh, uh, so let's just say hello there, and then unfortunately, the General Kenobi is like not sequential, so we'll just have like Kenobi. We'll just have Kenobi in here, and then uh, I think we're going way too far for a stupid joke, right? But let's drag that game object over here. Now we can go to the audio source and like all the public functions of the audio source is available. And then let's just say play. Let's and I think this does say Kenobi. Um, and there's no sound in. You'll just have to believe us. But yes, it will play Kenobi over here. Uh, is it because like the lectern doesn't have audio? Oh, there you go. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So then we say so you say hello there. Uh, okay, you guys get the idea. That's kind of a dumb joke. Um, okay, so the very basic functions we can also use trigger areas because that's one of the things that we often use very much. So then there are prefabs for that as well. Trigger. Um, and then we can just kind of drag that in there, and then the trigger area, there's this function called interactable trigger, and I think I could make this a little bit neater, but essentially we have the main event handling here, and you have like the trigger enter. If we were to do something drastic, let's say in this trigger area, and then say get rid of our floor, we can also do that. So then talk to the floor, deactivate the floor. I think this one is not visible at runtime. So like this yellow area is gonna it's basically gonna access the mesh render and going to deactivate it, and then just go press play over here. And then oh wait, this was playing on Wake, so we need to deactivate that. So this is just your standard Unity component. And then when we go ahead and press play, we can, yeah, we'll just like, oh, we went into the area and disappeared. So for a very, very simple game, let's say let's say we pick up a ball, put it into a goal, and then it tells us that we win. You can kind of use the same logic in here. And shall we just get rid of this? Like I think maybe let's just like let's save. Let's make a new folder. I don't know why I'm a hoarder. I mean, like it's digital stuff hoarding as well. So I'll just say Galaxy Games Fest. And then let's just call this Kenobi. Okay, cool. I did also notice one thing that's missing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to update this live. Wait, let me just check to see if it's going to destroy anything. 3.22. Okay, cool. My keyboard is not working. Okay, cool. So this laptop doesn't have the latest version of Easy Peasy Toolkit that I noticed. There was like one change that I put in. So hopefully, if I pull this change, it's not going to destroy anything mid presentation.
You're the bravest predictor I've ever seen.
Nah, that's okay. I'm the replacement talk anyway. So like uh, I've done this quite often, so like I wasn't too scared of that. I was just pointing it out just in case, in the small chance that something does happen. Okay, so I've loaded this grab, place, and manipulate scene over here. So this is where you can do a bunch of things where you can directly interact with objects. And so I really encourage my students to go in here because in immersive design, in virtual reality, it's not just about clicking buttons and stuff. It's actually interacting and using your hands. So right now I'm just showing you this for convenience sake using like the screen-based interaction. But perhaps later, if we should have enough time, IT gods permitting, I will show you like how we can, like, once you've set up the scene already, you can just seamlessly put in another player in here and then just kind of play around. Okay, let's have a look at this. So the thing that I noticed was when you pick an object in screen mode, like it's going to like go straight into the middle of your face, and then you kind of don't want it like that. So if it was in virtual reality, you can just pick it up and then put it to the side. But this is the limitation that we have in screen-based interaction. So what I did, was it last night or the night before? Hopefully this works. If I pick this up, it's going to start in the middle of your screen and it's going to slowly move out of the way. Yes. Cool. And then what have we got in here? Oh yeah, here's these videos again to kind of explain what these little things do. And this function over here, you've got like the magnetic snap, and this is like your little cube. And I'm going to move this here so you can kind of see what's happening from third person view. Oh, and then if you were to just throw that onto that magnetic snap area, it snaps to the thing. And then this one is filtered, so it's going to ignore anything that doesn't have the correct filter string. So this one does have the correct thing, and then it'll just snap to that. But oh, yep, yeah, go ahead.
Will that use the physics joint, or does it just make it kinematic and interrupt and you need to transfer them to position?
I don't remember. I actually don't make it kinematic because I still have some physics interactions in here. I do force it into the position. So I think we can still throw stuff at it. So like, let's say if I were to throw stuff in this, I'm just going to zoom in here again so you can kind of see. Do you see how like the thing is still moving? So it's definitely not kinematic, but like it's being forced back into the magnetic area. So if you have a look at that, the way that's done, since we're talking about this, is this has a holdable component now. So instead of general interactable, this is the holdable, and you can see that it still has these different events that you can take advantage of. And this other component here, if you just add trigger filter, the magnetic snap and like other components in here will understand what that means. And then what this filtered magnetic snap is doing is it's just basically saying that does this have like yeah, it does have a box collider. So essentially, like if an object goes inside the trigger area, it's gonna go look for a trigger filter object, and then it's like, okay, if there is a trigger filter object, it's like, okay, what's your filter string? And then if it matches the filter string that you've written over here, and then it accepts it. This other one, oh yep.
Sorry, this sort of interesting use the string instead of like a layer mask or something.
It is a little bit like that. but it's a kind of like a first year fundamentals of computer science method of doing it. No, there's no bit manipulation here. uh, so, but yeah, like this, if we compare this to this other one, um, this one is just like a little bit more permissive. It doesn't have a filter string, so it accepts everything. Um, Here's another one that might be kind of interesting to you guys. So this one, the functionality in this was also done without any code at all. It was, and I kind of lie there a little bit because as soon as there's something, as soon as I find that there's something missing, I add code to it. But from my students' perspective, this was done, or like now you can do it without code. So let's say we have a barbecue station, and then this is my version of Meet, programmer art, and then if we put that into the barbecue station, it's going to say cooking, 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 and then eventually, oh, now it's cooked. But if I leave it there too long, it's burned. So this was a request from one of my interaction students. Actually, that came from an undergraduate subject. So it didn't actually come from the postgrad. But oh yeah, question?
Sorry, I'm just thinking about how the state change were.
Oh yes, I was about to get into that. So let's go ahead and talk about that a little bit. Right. So the holdable, cookable. We have basically it has 3 different sets of graphics. By the way, the reason why the graphics are so bad is because this is what we call gray boxing, right? And this is what I encourage my students to also do, because there was like once someone had like a 10 gigabyte project, and like it's just all high res stuff, but like we only care about the interactions. It wasn't even that good, so I'm like, so this is like 10 gigabytes for a pass grade, like not worth it. So now it's mandatory to do gray boxing. Like you need to have a very good reason why you want to do a high res thing, because the subject that this is being used in is only caring about interactions and testing. So anyway, the
simple shaders go a long way to make it look more.
Oh yes, yeah. Yes. So maybe later in the future subject. I think this. This is only being used in 3 subjects at the moment, and they're all kind of basic stuff. But one of them is getting into more advanced things, like shaders and post processing and that kind of thing. But that's like going to be a little bit more advanced. I'm going to take my stuff out of my pockets here. I'm just going to move that there. Hopefully I don't forget to bring that with me. Anyway, so the going back to the meatballs, we have 3 states. So like over here we have the brown one. So essentially it's just 3 different cubes with like 3 different materials, and it's just a child of that whole thing. And then what we do is we kind of cycle through them again using this item cycler object, and its job is to let's see if I can manipulate this manually. I think it'll work. So if I said, so this one, the whole idea of the item cycler is if it's in exclusive mode, it will only show what you say in the index. So if I said index 1, this doesn't go live. Hopefully there is. No, I don't have a thing. So what we're going to do. To show to demonstrate this functionality is I'm going to have a button, and then we'll call this like live, and then we'll talk to that object over there, and then we'll talk to the item cycler, and then we'll say set item. Select item. So I guess this is that parameter thing now. So then we'll just set that to index 1, and then the index 1 is the brown meatball. So then if we were to go ahead and do that one, and then click, so now that becomes yeah. Does that make sense? I don't know why that went down like that. So, but like I guess we don't really care. Yeah, it's a feature. Okay. So then now we have this mechanism of being able to switch between the graphics, but then we have this heat source detector. This heat source detector is essentially a trigger thing, a box collider in here, but oh no, it's still a collision thing. Why is it like that? Oh wait, it's a box collider up at this level, but it'll eventually become a trigger. Let me just press play. Yeah, it does automatically get turned into a trigger, as you can see. The box collider for the outside object, I think, is at this level of the object. But what the heat source detector does is it basically looks for another object, and it's just using this trigger filter, and I'm just saying, hey, if you find an object that has a label called heat, then set off a timer. So you can see what this does is it sets off the this pop-up system over here, but there's also the timer over here, the cooking countdown. And all it does is every 3 seconds, it's going to say next item, next item, next item to this thing over here. Yeah, does that make sense? And then like the other bit, like that says the cooking pop-ups, this is a separate subsystem in here that just continuously pops up the cooking. And let's have a look at this. Okay, so what's happening? Just gonna move that over here. So what's happening here is essentially when we pick up this piece of meat, it's going to drop down onto the red area, which is our cooking area, and that detector, the trigger area on the meatball or on the piece of meat, detects that the other thing is a heat source, and then it activates that timer. So every 3 seconds, it just says to the graphics thing, it says, okay, move on to the next item, next item, next item, and then it also activates the pop-up system. So we can.
So the
Okay.
source itself isn't sending any data to the meters. The meters are just protecting the next to the heat source before you.
Yes. So now I need to find where the camera is because it's parented to the camera. Okay, I'm just gonna say camera. Okay. I guess this is what happens with the pickup stuff. Okay, where is it? Pick up attach point. Here's the meatball. And you know what's going to happen? As soon as I drop this, it's going to get reparented back. So we might lose it again. Oh. Oh, wait, it's still there. Okay, let's pause and then let's have a look at that. We've got 15 minutes left. So like have a look at the states of the graphics. Then you can see it's sort of cycling through that every 3 seconds. And that's none of that was custom. Well, it was custom code when I made it, but like, but now students can just basically, like, if they had the logical skills to be able to put all that together, they can just basically drag and drop, and then that's how that meatball works. Okay, what else can we show here? So this one is probably the most complex thing for my students. The number, I never remember the number, so I just need to say the search. Counters and logic. So again, this is all drag and drop. And I guess the cool thing about this now, I'm not sure if this is going to be scary to you guys, is there is now a mechanism to be able to like send data back to a web, like, spy thing. So when my students go do user testing, they don't have to actually like sit next to someone with a clipboard and write like how many clicks did you make. It just gets it just goes into the web. But I won't get into that today. The reason why I mentioned it is like we often do these very basic analytic stuff, right? So like if someone steps into this area, essentially this is just a trigger area, and then like that just increases the thing, and then you can kind of imagine that's just an event going in there. This click counter that just increases. It just appends a value, adds a value into a pre-existing storage utility. And then I guess this one again, this is kind of drag and drop. Oh, you can see that it's like every time it goes inside that goal area, it increments. That's the word I was looking for. Increments. Increments the score value. But then you can see that as it reaches 5, there is some logic into here. It activates like a "you win" message, and all it is again, it's kind of drag and drop. It's let's just look at this really quickly. In the goal thing, you have the ball detector, and then the ball detector is talking to a points keeper over here. So every time it detects a ball go through, it's going to talk to the points keeper and increase it by 1. But at the same time, it's also going to talk to the win checker to see, how many points do I have? And then this win checker is just basically saying if you end up having one of these hits, and in this case is greater than or equal to like 5, then it's like activates this message "you win." And then this one's kind of interesting as well. So this "you win" message, it's kind of like a self-contained automatic message that just starts out activated, but then if you activate it, it automatically pops out, and then so you can see this timer over here, right? And then I'm going to activate this, automatically pops out, runs for 2 seconds, and then deactivates again. And then that's essentially just, again, drag and drop kind of thing. And you can see, as I mentioned again before, that's not going to be a very quick thing to do, and it's kind of hard to actually have all those steps within the scene itself. So I encourage my students to just go ahead and click that video. And I think this one's this one's a bit on the longer side, but it just shows you exactly what to do for that situation. Okay, I think we only have 5 minutes left, basically, because we have to leave here 5 minutes to the hour. So why don't we try? Shall we try doing virtual reality? Okay, cool. I'm just gonna do the meta things. Can I get I guess you guys are all in here because you saw the virtual reality thing. Is that right? No? Okay. Oh, Sandra told you to come in here. Oh, right. Thanks, Will Smith. Okay, cool. All right. So this is so I guess I'm kind of just going to explain this a little bit because not everyone's a VR enthusiast. So what this pipeline is that it's this is a Meta Quest 3. And it can act on its own. It has its own compute on board. It's basically like a phone. And when we're doing development on this, we need to plug it into our laptops or our computers. And instead of that code running on the headset, this just ends up acting like a monitor. And it's actually being run from the computer. So then I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to connect that. And it's not even on, so it's just booting up at the moment. But yeah, so this is not the full range of interactions that you can have in virtual reality. But my sell to my students is if you were to just configure your scene using this toolkit, it's automatically a virtual reality experience because all you need to do is instead of doing this flat screen WASD player, you just drag in a different one. I'm just going to say XR utilities. Oh, no, that's in the scripts. Prefabs. We just drag in one of these things. I just heard a yawn.
I want to ask, what's your favorite game from your students to play?
Oh, they don't really make games. That's the thing. They make the closest thing to a game is probably narrative experiences. And one that I can think of at the moment, it's kind of sad. Like you, I don't know why it's on top of mind at the moment, but you play as the grandpa, and then you start out in the hospital bed, and then you kind of go through the memories that you had, as you were younger, and then maybe growing up, and then talking to your family and stuff, and then at the end of it, you die. The virtual, but that was another. Oh, there's another sense. There's another one that's really cool. I thought. it's basically a reproduction of the Titanic. So then, in that narrative experience, in the narrative course, we talk about agency and that kind of thing. But in that case, the Titanic's always going to be sinking, and then we talk about how to fake agency and give people false hope. So, like in the, but that was pretty cool. Um, but for just VR stuff, I think the coolest one there was like a furniture arrangement one, and then basically what you had to do, in that particular experience, you wanted to be able to move your furniture around before you would actually move it for real. So you just wanted to see, and then for that experience, you could just use your hands, and then. I really liked the way that student had the delete mechanism for the furniture, because he would just like take the furniture and just throw it away, and then like there'd be like a collider at the bottom of the floor. It would like automatically kind of take it in, and then there'd be like a bin on the side that would take the deleted objects just in case you wanted it back again. Then you can put it back into the thing. And then it was kind of scaled. 2 minutes. Cool. Okay, so the way this is done. Okay, that didn't actually boot up. It's just boot. Okay, cool. So now it's connected. We don't need to connect to Wi-Fi. And then my thing over here. My controllers, please. Yeah, this is not the best ad for Quest, right? So yeah, it is kind of running, and then it's just the controllers are not detecting. Okay, we're running out of time, but essentially, you'll just have to believe me. It does work, and there are some videos that prove this. Because I require like you get bonus points in my course if you were to record your game running in virtual reality. I think next term coming up, I'll actually make it compulsory, because we just got like a whole bunch of VR headsets into the classroom. But yeah, I guess that's the basic idea. Let's see, how much time do I have left? I don't have that much time left, so I guess I'll need to very quickly find a bunch of nice concluding words. And now it's 11:55, so thank you. Yeah. So I'll be just at the front. I'm showing off my non-easy peasy game. So that one, it actually uses code. It doesn't use this. So thank you all for listening, and then and I'm just gonna go save that. I guess okay.
You have another talk coming up, I think.
Yeah. I think that's at 2 p.m. But that'll be talking about a bunch of other ones that don't use this. So it's kind of deceiving. This is just for beginners. Okay, how do I think the speed talks are here, right?
Yes, we have the lightning talks.
Okay.
Yeah. So guys, we have the lightning talk starting in 5 minutes. So hang around if you want.
Oh, yep.
Get them in. Yeah. So guys, we have the lightning talk starting in 5 minutes. Just hang around. We'll get them in shortly. Thank you, man. That was great.
Oh, thanks.
I want to see the VR.
Yeah, it's sure. Like, what do you guys think of? I know it's like a little bit niche at the moment, but I want to try it.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's all.
microphone.
Oh, yes.
I need to push my voice out. Give me 2 seconds.
If you want to,
Perfect.
so you can see what. That's for us, and this should be for you. Oh, it's up already. Okay. So,
So,
home.
oh,
Hmm. On. Curious.
laptop sucks, Attila.
Is there a project button we need to hit?
Maybe perhaps. Hold on. Let's see. Maybe like the display. Missed the. It's just not. And that's reading it as well.
Yeah. The no stress. We got weird days and days.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. There we go. Yeah. We'll see it.
Wait, I know how that works.
Ah, the expert has arrived.
Here. Hello. Are you trying to get this up?
Yeah, just trying to get this displayed on the projector.
Hello, please. Please wake up, please. Sorry, so printed here. Honey.
Oh. Hmm.
Okay. Oh, you don't need to like screen share, I don't think. Because the wired connection should do it.
Okay.
Um,
What is very rich.
yeah.
You're 16. You can do that as well. That changes things.
Well, I'll give it a crack on this one because I know some ports can do some things others can't.
You are live, by the way, so you can shout out to your
Oh,
fans.
can I?
Yeah.
Where am I live to?
YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah. You're
is there
You're
is this voice? Is that camera?
there is the camera just there.
Well,
And right here.
I'll watch.
Already on.
I'll watch my
Tone.
tone, my keep everything safe for work, everything politically correct.
Throw in some jokes. Make sure there's
Oh yeah,
I'll get the
it's all just jokes actually. It's just a comedy set. Like there's no information at all. Just like running jokes all the time.
you're gonna have the audience.
Yeah,
That's all we need.
Yeah.
Couple of laughs.
yeah, literally.
And the longer we the more audience you get. Check this out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people will filter in.
So take longer.
Yeah,
It's
you actually give me more people.
Oh,
we can.
Oh, that seems promising.
that's what I get paid for.
Yeah. To a degree.
Okay, if you just want to like cut this, you just go project mute. Like that.
Mm.
And then if you want to switch back to the like like the slides that we have for Galaxy Gear, you can just go to resident computer and then project.
Okay, cool.
So
Yeah. Clicker. More people filter in. Lucky me. Yippee! But Wah. Okay, I think everyone's comfortable and ready. Hello, everyone. My name is Liam Haddadi. Bada bing, bada boom. I am a developer from Nova Games, and I'll be here giving you a talk. Clearly, before we get started, uh, who am I? I'm Liam Haddadi, guy from Nova Games. You guys paying attention? Here's a photo of me as a baby. Very important. You guys see this? I am an artist from Nova Games. Here's a photo I snuck of the team members while they weren't looking on Discord. So that's great. Everyone's room's nice and messy and stuff like that. I'm a major nerd. I love Spider-Man stuff. I'm deathly afraid of the ocean. So yeah. So now we're acquainted. I want to talk to you guys about a little game, Zoom. Yeah, a game we're working on at Nova Games and stuff like that. Thank you. Thanks. It's amazing. Indie games, right? Now, what is Zoom? Might be wondering. It's a 4-player co-op game. Co-op versus party game. You play as delivery runners, and you play like different mini games where you beat each other up and try to claim victory. You're pretty much just a bunch of Uber Eats drivers on steroids. That's pretty much the main gist. Now, there's a whole plethora of stuff I can talk about Zoom. However, there's too much to talk about. So this would be a fun one for the artists. It's going to be something for character design, because that's been a main thing people have really enjoyed about Zoom is character design. So I thought show you my process and how I went about making all the characters. Without further ado, get a bit into it. So stuff I've been talking about, going from concepting, modeling, and texturing. There'll be a bit of different stuff here and there. We'll bounce around a few different topics, but we'll try to stay on track. I'll just get right into it. So, concepting. Once we knew what we wanted to make for Zoom, like from like the gameplay and everything, had to find an art style we wanted to do. So I was like, a really cool trailer came out for this Death Stranding animation. I don't know if some of you saw it or not, but it looked really cool, and I was like, that's really cool. So I was like, I want to do that thing. I want to make that. Whether or not I had the skills to do it was beyond me, but we'll see about that. Hi guys, how's it going? Let's go again. So I set out my task, try to make this. So I came up with a character design, and then I went with a rough block out, like rough version of the character, and I came up with my first iteration. Now, after I made this, I ran to my first initial small thing, and I was just like, this character, he's just okay. Nothing particularly amazing about him. I was just like, he was just this guy. I was like, why is he just okay? Like, he kind of looks cool and stuff, but in the end, he was just a guy in like a jacket, pretty much. So I was like, how can I elevate this? How can I make it look more visually interesting? So the main route I went with is I found a little game called Guilty Gear. And their main thing is that each of their characters are super, super unique and have a lot of like pop to them, so much personality. So that's where I went with. So I was like, cool, I'm going to make someone based on this, take a bit of my original concept through it, and see what I can make. So I was like, why don't I just bash together a few cool characters? So I was like, why don't I just mix Jotaro, Spider-Man, and Goku? Recipe for success, I think, right? So that's where we came up with first character concept, Z. So now he looks a lot cooler, and like I was just like, it's a cool looking guy, right? Pretty cool guy. So I ran with this, started my character. Big thing I wanted to do is emphasize like strength and like power. So obviously, six pack, very important, very important. So I went through the concepting, kept punching through and everything, and we landed on like we're getting pretty far through the concepting stage. At this point, I noticed something that I wanted to take into consideration. It was over exaggerating. So the aspects of him, especially like his hair, for instance. I got to this point, I was like, it looks good from the side and everything, looks like okay, but it could look just more. I could push it further. So small things was just, I made it bigger. I just made his hair bigger, more unique. It just makes the character look just immediately more visually interesting. You can see a lot more from the front. So that's something from that, I learned to take that through the rest of the character and also future characters. So from that, the concept became a reality, and we had first character Z all done, dusted. So then from this, I learned a lot, stuff like that. Over-exaggeration came also with, like, for instance, his belt. He has humongous gloves and stuff like that. So I just pushed scale of things, and it just makes the character look a lot more unique. He's alive. Now, backtracking a little bit, I ran into one problem early days when I was texturing. I want the game to have like those cool zoom in cutscenes you see in a few fighting games where like you get a really cool close shot of the character as they pop like an ability. So I ran into a problem was with texturing, you're always going to run into a little thing called aliasing, which looks yucky and gross and we hate it. So I was like, how am I going to fix this? So I then did a bit of research, and Guilty Gear, once again, that came in clutch, they had the solution for this. They have a whole talk about the whole character stuff and everything and how they make all the art and stuff like that. It's an hour. So I thought I have 10 minutes. Why I spend it? Push to an hour. We're going to sit down and watch the whole video. Are you ready, guys? Are you ready? Okay. I hope you all pay attention to that. There's going to be a quiz at the end I'm going to run, so get ready for that. Anyway, main things I took away from that was the text sheets looked something like this. So this is pretty much Z. This is everything that his colors are. You pretty much grab this, and then you just grab his little UVs. So in this case, his jacket, slam it into the red, and bada bing boom, red jacket. How I get a few of the black line details on that jacket, how I make it look more unique, is that you can actually move edges and vertices and just push onto the black, and then it's pretty much just like a pixel of black, and it's perfectly nice and crisp, and you can zoom in as much as you want, and there's not a little teeny bit of aliasing. So happy days. So now I had the character fixed, cool character, I had the exaggeration sorted, and I had the textures and everything sorted. Now I needed to make 3 more characters. So I was like, okay, how will I figure out these next 3 characters? First one I came down to, though, because for me, I love robots and other stuff, Omega. This one will be way quicker than Fallout Z, because this is right up my alley. I draw robots, I love robots and everything. So I was like, cool, I'm going to make a cool robot character. Genji, a Gundam, and then bada bing, bada boom, cool robot guy. Yay! Modeled it, bam, he's alive. Nice and simple. This was very straightforward for me. Once again, though, the over-exaggeration came into play here. His feet, when I initially made him on the left, I made his feet a lot smaller. His ears were a lot shorter, and his shoulders were also not protruding as much. So I just cranked all those aspects, and I made him go from something that's like all right to something that looks a lot more noticeable. He looks a bit more like over the top, and that's what I wanted to do. So that was simple. The main next hard part I would have to tackle, though, was female characters. Now, we're all game devs in here, so we all kind of know female characters in games, how they kind of are portrayed in one main light in the recent games. And so when I see this, I'm like, I don't want to do this. Get that shit out of here. So we're moving on to a different format. For Nova, we took on something. One rule, does the output serve the character or the camera? So it's pretty much just, is the character wearing something that's for everyone else or from the character, pretty much. That one rule we took on to for every single character moving forward, and just kept it simple like that. Not too much, not too little, basics. So from that, we then came to our first character, Ogre, which is meant to be kind of like a samurai, tall, powerful, that kind of vibe we want to go for. So I took Madoru Uchiha, because he's the GOAT, and then I took Urza Scarlet, because she's the GOAT, and then I mixed them, and then bada bing, bada boom, we got a cool samurai lady, and I was like, this is pretty sweet. Bam, modeled her, happy days. All the stuff I learned from Z, transferred over nice and easily. Main thing I over-exaggerated for Ogre was her hair. I pushed it way bigger because it just looked more visually interesting once again. Very straightforward. Next character was our character Midas, which I wanted to make a magical girl because I wanted someone to, once again, be very different from the rest of the cast. So I grabbed Madoka Magica vibes, mixed it with a Navy sailor because I thought, why not make it a magic girl like Sailor Moon, but actually make her like a Navy sailor? And then bada bing, bada boom, Midas was born. And then once again, bam, made her in 3 model. This for her, I mostly over-exaggerated her dress. That way for animation, stuff like that, that would be a main key point, and her silhouette stands out a lot more. But yeah, no. So that was the main gist for all the characters. One thing I also figured out with making all the characters was another thing you can also push quite a bit is the height of every character. So in Zoom, our character heights are hella over-exaggerated. Midas is like a regular girl, and I made an ogre the size of like Broly from Dragon Ball Z. If you know, you know. He is ginormous and scary. But yeah, no. So I just pushed that, and it makes every character stand out a lot more, especially in promo material. It makes it stand out in like cutscenes, all that kind of stuff, and it really immediately tells you their personalities off the riff. But that's my general over talk for all the characters and everything. Other than that, any questions? Yes.
Were you the primary character artist taking everything all the way from concept to
I was
delivery?
I was the project lead, the character artist, I guess I did the art style. Yeah, I did like too much for my own good. Also the animator, which is good fun, but we have so many other lovely talented artists doing so many other aspects, so I just took on myself to lock in and create too much character art. So I'm stuck there now. That's my house. Yes.
Make all the models.
So all the models are made within Maya, and then the textures are used as basic old Photoshop. Yeah, and then the engine we're using is Unity as well. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes. Yes, we are.
Where about you guys?
I think we're at your table. Any more questions, guys? Blah, blah, blah. Nope. Easy. Thank you, guys.
If you want to plug it, right?
No.
Now we're good.
I tried switching it back to the resident
This
computer
one?
and it just didn't work. Oh,
Like this, yeah.
huzzah!
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Grab the.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah, cheers. Hold on. You guys next? Ready to go? Who's next on our? Well, we'll just.
It might be me.
It's you. All right, let's go. Welcome. Let's get you set up. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Excuse my goodness, I'm just gonna find out.
No worries.
Let me put this pen first.
We'll put it up here. Put this one on your line.
Thank you.
Put it up. Yes. It's for you
Hmm.
to start off with.
What do I press?
It's on.
Oh, what do I press to?
No, already recording. Just
Oh,
let's go like this. And
it's
and
not-
to get this one up, let's go. So we'll do this one. And when you're ready.
there you go. Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Mikhail, and I'll be talking about how to design replayability. And I'll use my game Sorcery Mastery as an example and tell you my game design decisions to make sure that this is true for my project. So, how do we make games that feel different every time that you play? And I'll also talk about what are the reasons behind some of the choices that I've made in my game. So let me start by telling you what is Sorcery Mastery. So this is my Unity solo project. By the way, I haven't done the art. I've been using assets for all of the art and sound, but yeah. So basically, I've been making this project for Steam. It will be released on Steam next year, and it's a PvP arena game where for now it's just one player versus one player. In the future, there will be more modes with more players, but right now, what we have is a shrinking arena that has many monsters inside, and you start by killing the monsters to get points, but once the arena is small enough, you find the other player more and more often. And let me talk about what's my main goal for this game, which is making sure that every choice feels meaningful everything that you choose feels impactful. So in this game, you can choose your entire skill set. So your basic attack, your spells, and many other things that I will explain later. But also, I really want to make sure that this is a fast-paced game with very short matches, so you can always replay and replay and replay. And although I've included some pauses on purpose in the game, I've tried to make it so during gameplay, it's like fast-paced action. And this is a mix of genres, mostly imagine like a MOBA combat and a roguelike kind of build that you're making. So it's got some elements of randomness. So how does a match usually go? So you start by making some of your choices, and then you explore the arena, which will mostly consist of monsters at the beginning. And you level up every now and then, and when you get to fight the other player, that's probably when you start thinking, oh, what can I do to counter the other player's build? Because not only you need to think about what you've got, but you also need to think about what the other player is building, because there are choices that you can make to counter. So what are the choices? And basically the variety that we've got right now is that the combinations we can make of these choices right now are just over 16 quintillion different combinations that you can make. It's still a small number. I would say that by the time that the game is released, it will be much bigger than that. But of course, they're not all viable. And it also depends on what the game gives you. But what can you choose? So the sorceries are basically your skills. They have basic attacks and spells, which differ because the spells use mana and have cooldowns, but the items increase your stats, and the masteries are passive effects. As for the modifiers, they're buffs. They affect both players, so you really need to think carefully when picking these ones. And although the game is based on magic spells, I want to make it so you can build anything you'd like any kind of role. Like, for example, a tank, one that's more like basic attack heavy, one that's really fast or regenerates really fast. Or you can also make builds based on elemental combos. Like, for example, if you mix water and ice to keep stunning the enemy. And yeah, hopefully it makes it so it's very replayable, because players will want to experiment with different things every time that they play. And I really want to make sure that everything that you pick feels meaningful. I really don't want to have, like, for example, oh, this thing is a 1% increase. It's more like, depending on the choice, it's like a 50% healing debuff to the enemy. Is like everything is very like anything could completely change the game, and possibly your play style as well. And that does make it so it's very difficult to balance the game as well. But I'll explain how I've been working on that later. But first, let me talk about how this sounds very much like a clickbait title, but I will say, of course, it's important that I make the game feel fair. But what I do want to allow is that sometimes players might be able to make a build that seems invincible. And to be honest, that's kind of my objective. I do want to allow that. But I don't want to allow them to, let's say, do the same thing every single time, because you're also counting on random choices and also what the enemy is building. So what I want here is that you are you need to adapt to the situation rather than just count on the same build every single time. And Another challenge that I have with this game is balancing competitiveness and just like fun chaos. I do want to make it somewhat casual that, for example, we can play a split screen local multiplayer against friends and like they're playing for the first time, but I want to make it so the randomness makes it so they still have a chance of beating players that have been playing for a little while. Although, yeah, like if it's like, let's say someone who's really, really good at the game, maybe they want to lose against someone playing for the first time, but it is possible. There's a small chance of that happening. But yeah, I want to mix this like easy to learn, difficult to master kind of balance and hopefully make it so all games feel very back and forth. Now, how can I create so much diversity in choices in a way that's like achievable in a short period of time? So I've been working on systems that are reusable. So basically every spell is a mix and match of different mechanics. Every item is like that as well. So basically I've worked so I can use the same systems for every single thing and just like pick what I want for each one of the choices. And I've also created some automation in the sense of to balance the game, I'm getting bots to play against each other and checking the win rate of every single choice. And although that's not perfect right now, I'm hoping that one day the bots will be close enough to players that that's more reliable. But also at some point I'll have more data just from players as well. And I've built some tools to quickly test and, like, for example, automatically make some builds so I can see if they're too powerful right now. And yeah, the main takeaway here is that I really want to make it so all choices feel meaningful. And to create variety, I've been building these reusable systems and trying to iterate really fast to like test new things. If they don't work, I just go back and yeah, that's basically it. If you'd like to play Sorcery Mastery, you can play the itch.io demo, or of course, I'll be in here and I'll be showcasing it in here. And if you'd like, you can try it out. So yeah, thank you very much for listening. Right. We have questions. Do I ask, is there any questions? Yeah.
How long have you been working on it?
Since end of January. It's kind of a part-time thing. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
Are you planning to leave like season and then a recurrent update and patching?
Yes. So I plan to always add. The plan here is to make more elements, not necessarily like kind of fire, water, more like add like cosmic elements, like darkness. So basically the idea is that I'm releasing new like elements, and also that comes with new skins. So like you can customize your character differently with new updates. Yes.
For the automated testing that you had up there, how many, I guess, automatic matches would you run before you feel like you've got a good balance? And how many of those do you run currently?
I usually run for an entire night. So I leave it running during the night, and then when I come back in the day, I check if it needs balancing. So
automatic matches play at the same speed as a regular match?
For now, yes. I do want to work on a system that it just speeds up, and hopefully I can play 100 matches in an hour or something like that. But yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
Well,
I guess I'm done.
yeah,
Thank
pull it
you.
up. Perfect point.
Yeah. Oh, where is it again?
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. This one's yours. Yes, very good. All right. Ready? Takes the roll. Who is our next lightning talk? Your third? Where? Yeah. All right. Come on down. What's your name?
Gabriel.
Gabriel. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's set you up.
Sure. Have sockets. Sure.
What do you need?
Just sockets. Like
Oh, power?
Yeah.
Just in. Well, you need USB-C, HDMI. Which one would you like?
AJ.
Yeah, let's go. Does anyone have any top picks for what we should go out and see? We've got some good lightning talks in here, but what's hot outside? MMM? Yeah. Whereabouts is it? To the back left? It's in the center? Yeah. MMM. Is that your just
Yeah, just the back.
okay. MMM. Let's go. We'll clip this one on you and you ready?
Yeah, ready.
Let's go.
Thank you,
Here we go.
All right.
All right.
So, hello everyone. Galaxy Hunter Frontiers. This is the name of the game. These are the first steps of the development, and since it's a spaceship game, we can say first flight or free falls, because we're still figuring out a lot of things. So, 2 people, is that enough to ship a game? We are going to find out. I'm doing all the programming. I'm Gabriel, and Felipe is helping me with the art. He's not here today, unfortunately. So we do have a video that cannot run right now, but for this first vertical slice that we've been working on 2 to 3 months, we managed to get upgrades, abilities, attributes, a co-op multiplayer working, and a few enemy types. So basically, it's a game where you can select a spaceship, and very much like a roguelite. So you get upgrades, you destroy new enemies, you build up your spaceship over time. So you can go full speed and just shooting as much as you want, or you can go full damage, critical, and do a bunch of explosions that looks cool. And you can see the big numbers popping up on the screens. So how it started? So we started because we wanted to make projects together. So pretty much like, oh yeah, we don't talk for a long time, so yeah, why don't we do a project together and keep talking in the meantime? So that's one of the parts, and we also had the mentality that the game had to fit somewhere in the market, and this is where we found out that there's not much spaceship roguelite games. And we also both had to enjoy it. So we made our own like challenge, choosing the technology and the approach to make the development. First part was the brainstorm. It's going to be quite fresh one. So the brainstorm, the best parts, of course, we choose features that people spend years developing, and then we squeeze that and make it fit in months, hopefully. So a few of our art references, we got X-Men 97, especially the color palettes. Like we wanted to make this very simple colors, for example, as you can see on the image on the left. But they are very like, well, how do I say that? They can be very remarkable. And we also got other examples for art, like old school superhero magazines, He-Man, other DC and Marvel Comics. And from the gameplay side, we wanted to make something more like Vampire Survivors. But since our game was 3D, we had to find out other games. So we got Jotun's Lair, Hordes of Hell, which is a very good game. Giants Ex Machina as well was a great reference. And as a second step, we had to start to build it. And the challenge me and Felipe imposed to ourselves was to make a different pipeline, which I'm going to dig in a few. But from the programming side, the game was made in Unreal Engine. So I was trying to use Gas, which is a framework in Unreal Engine that is good for RPGs, multiplayer games. If you want to make something relatively big, just go for it. Like, you're going to spend a lot of time just reading at starts, but after that, you're going to like really make features way easier, way faster. And Felipe, on his side, he wanted to make a very optimized pipeline where we would use only one material for all the objects in our game. So first build was very bad. We had a lot of problems. I can even no, I don't think we will have time to show the video. But yep. So after 1 month, we started to getting things right, and some of the assets we got, for example, following the art direction. Look, guys, I'm not an artist, so I'm probably saying some things that may not seem quite right, but I'm trying to represent my friend here. So these things, they, as you can see, like his idea to get into this comics style was to put more strong colors, but very simple. And shadows, they were simulated and they were drawn. So for example, in here, you guys can see that part of this is just on the texture, and you have like some scratches that try to imitate, even on the floor, they try to imitate the style we wanted. For the spaceships, we do have a few players that are going to be playable. So far, we have only one, but as they have like very simple colors, the form, like the shape of the spaceships, plays a big role on that. So, for example, you can see that they look quite fast, even though we don't have much details. And from the enemies, it's quite the opposite. So they are very like more big, more rigid. You can see they are more squareable and a little bit more spiky to make this sense of threat. And yeah, have the boss, which is bigger than all the other ships in order to, and quite slower. So it gives you a sense that it's more powerful. From the artist side, this is where it gets a little bit interesting. So he made all these assets with one material by changing the values in their textures. So, for example, it's one textures with very simple squares of colors, and just by changing the number in the texture, in the material instance, you can just select any color and it's going to change, and all the UVs on these spaceships, they are mapped to those coordinates you put, so you can change the colors quite easily. and have a lot of variations with just one material, and it's going to be very optimized for mobiles and Nintendo Switch or other platforms we are looking for. Also, we have no lights. We have just a texture, which is representing their shapes, and we just draw it below them and make it move. It's quite simple, very, very optimized. That's so good because we don't have any lights in the map. So since we're developing from 3 months, I would say that most parts of the development is more about the learning experience for us than actually building features at the moment, which I believe is for most people, especially as we get things wrong and we try to change it back and define the idea as a whole. So from my side, I was mostly looking for the gas framework and creating some tools that would help people to understand that thing that is so complex sometimes that can be scary, but simplifying things, everyone can work with that. And few of the challenges we faced and we are facing. So changes in the art direction. We not really always had that art style. We had to go back and forth the first month. We had to, I feel, turnarounds and changing some assets so that we could actually have something we enjoy doing. C++, it's a very challenging language as well, but if you don't like it, it can be very, very challenging. Guess as well, it's an interesting framework, but at first takes a long time to understand and read. But the solutions we had, constant feedback. We just we don't have any formal process, but we just by talking to each other, showing pictures, we say, oh man, this is so good. Keep going, keep going. That's the way it should be. Maybe if you put this feature with a little bit more of that one, we get feedback while learning, and it speeds up the process so much. So also about the tools, in order to make things easier, because we don't have necessarily a game designer. So both me and my friend are supposed to balance the game. And to balance a game and change things in gas, you have attributes, you have abilities, you have effects, you have tags, and if you just want to change one thing, you need to know about all of them. So in order to make things simple, I just took a lot of facets, a lot of data, and made it to one simple, very readable thing where you can just read and, oh, okay, this is the damage. Okay, this is a debuff. I can choose poisoning. And he was very happy with that. Also, a little bit of the process we had. I know a lot of people, they do a vertical slice, but in our way, we used a horizontal slice where we were more comfortable with that, where we would just, okay, I like this system. I want to do this system. I would just go all the way, build it, make it as good as possible because we didn't have time constraints. So we could make something that would be maintainable and would not generate as much bugs in the future. And we would be doing what we like as well. So it would increase speed. We would keep the context. And then just after that, we would go to the other feature, which takes a long time to get a first prototype done. But I think for the long term, it's been working well. And next steps, we want to take it to Steam in the future, add more features. For now, we just made the base system. So you guys, if you want to try, you see it's a little bit buggy. It's funny sometimes. But some things are working pretty well. We want to make it more fast paced. It's a 5 minutes gameplay. You can play like on the bus or on the way back home after work, something like that. And balance, we need to balance. And this is going to be mostly through feedback of people. So I appreciate everyone who already played the game. Thank you. Good. If you guys have any questions as well, I also let some references if you guys want to learn any of those things, like things that we passed through and helped us a lot. Oh, there's also a link for the Discord of the game. Sure. Good. Yep.
Just looking at the systems that you have used to build the game, it just seems very complex programming wise. Would you recommend for people who are not as good in programming to I don't know, have an idea of doing like RTS games or games with complex systems because you build it pretty fast, I should say, and are looking at how complex are the systems. So
Yeah.
another answer to the question. Would you how easy would you say it was for you to build all that time track?
Well, like if you're like if you're not good, like if you're not confident at programming, I would say probably go to something else. But if you have like a confidence, you do like programming, you can just take this course. This guy is just amazing, Stephen Oliveri. Someone recommended me this guy, and like you can learn to code within this tutorial. It's very good. It's long, but it's very helpful. So I think people could try it. That's it. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Sure.
We have 2 or 3 more talks coming up, so we might go a little bit into lunch. But hang around.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's yours, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hang around and get this one running. Hello, boys. How are we? Come.
This have audio.
Yes. The HDMI will run it through the speakers, and this runs through the live stream. So, is that 2? Do you want 2 mics, or you want to just do some passing around?
Or just pass it around.
Yeah, we'll be taking turns anyway, so Sam will be starting.
And so you'll see. Start off. Click, and then click this one when you're ready to roll. Oh, you ready to roll?
Sure.
Let's go.
Testing.
Oh, yours. Yeah.
Why do I press anything, or is it just
All done.
oh,
You're ready to roll.
Can you stop recording? Hello, hey guys. My name is Samuel. I'm the producer of Terminal Horizon on Playmaker's development team, and this is
Yeah, and I'm Nicholas, associate producer for Terminal Horizon.
cool. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to talk a bit about the game and also what Playmaker's development team is, if you haven't heard of it. So the game, elevator pitch. Terminal Horizon is a cyberpunk turn-based tactics roguelike created by a team of over 60 students and graduates from Sydney as part of Playmaker's development team, or PDT for short. So, yeah, an elevator pitch is you lead a group of awakened simulants, ASIMs, in their escape from the dystopian megacity of New Damascus and grant them their dying wish to see the stars for the first and last time. Fight against hostile simulants across 3 districts in turn-based grid combat, and combine abilities, passives, and over 100 unique items to create devastating, game-breaking builds. Let's see if this works. So that was a very early trailer that we've got, so it should give you all a quick understanding of what we're making. So, gameplay. Essentially, two main components, tense combat encounters. So you'll battle against dangerous simulants and ruthless bosses in challenging turn-based grid combats, where strategy, coordination, and planning matters the most. Every move could result in the death of your enemies or your own ASIMs if you're not careful. And secondly, break the game. So Steel Tritonite, it's basically this game's version of magical rocks that power everything from defeated enemies and exchange them for powerful and unique items. So synergize your party's abilities and items to create game-breaking builds and unleash satisfying chain reactions of destruction and massive numbers. So to summarize, it's essentially Risk of Rain meets Eugenics or Fire Emblem. That's the easiest way to put it. And the premise. So you play as a team of awakened simulants. They're basically just robots who have gained sentience at the cost of only having a few days left to live from this mysterious virus. So in the dystopian megacity of New Damascus, where pollution obscures even the stars, fight hostile simulants as you claw your way out to fulfill your ASIM's dying wishes to see the stars for the first and last time. So you fight your battles, fight hostile simulants in turn-based combat, where every move matters. Then upgrade your team. So you grow stronger by upgrading your ASIMs with unique items, create game-breaking builds with abilities, passives, and item combinations. And this is a roguelike, of course, so you will die a lot. You will fail and learn from your mistakes. You'll unlock new items and abilities for future runs, as well as database entries that reveal the dark past of the dystopian world, basically our lore entries. And this is essentially our core tenet behind the game, I guess main theme, fight against all odds. So I'm just going to talk about this for a little bit. So this is essentially acting as the core of how we design both the game and also the narrative. So on the game side, you as a player, you're playing a roguelike, and as I just mentioned, roguelikes are difficult. If you've ever played Hades, Risk of Rain, Binding of Isaac, those are not easy games unless you have over 1,000 hours in them or something. So yeah, again, this is a roguelike. You're not expected to win straight away, and you're going to die a lot. And on the narrative side, from the characters that you're playing, their perspective, diegetically, they're these really, really weak robots. They've got a virus. They're going to die in a few days. And all they want to do is just escape the city, but they're going to have to fight through the entire city's defenses, all these simulants, all these bosses, and all these corporations that want to stop them. And something interesting is that both you as a player, your intention to finish the game, and also the character's intentions line up together. You're essentially fighting against all odds in both cases, and I think that's pretty interesting to bring up. So I'll pass on to Nick as well, just to talk about Playmaker's development team.
So yeah, let's talk about the initiative itself. So if you don't know, Playmakers is UTS's Student Game Development Society. And PDT is an initiative we started back in 2020, a year after we were founded. Each year we found a studio, large team of students and recent alumni from UTS and recently outside the university as well, to develop a game over several months, this time over a year, with the ultimate goal of launching it on Steam. So it's completely volunteer-based, and the objective is to give students and recent alumni real development experience in a large team. Now, a lot of internship opportunities in Sydney particularly are either very difficult to get into, such as the Riot internship, which is extraordinarily competitive, or they're in indie teams, maybe at max a dozen in size. PDT simulates a team of at least 30. This year we've gone up to 60, and there's separate teams. So we have a dedicated design team, marketing, production, art, quality assurance, and then we put people into their specialties. And the idea is to, as much as possible, simulate a real development environment. So we started again back in 2020. Our first game was Scallywags, which was a party game. And then Soul Searcher 2021, which was sort of similar to our current project, a strategy turn-based game. And then Nose of a Thousand Winds, which was a 3D platformer. The following year is when we started to get a lot more serious with our program. So Armor Samurai was our first Steam release back in 2023. So that was a parkour game, fast-paced parkour game. Following that, 2024 was Pascal's Requiem, which was at the last Galaxy Games, which is a turn-based RPG, and of course Terminal Horizon, which we introduced today. So the goals. As I mentioned, it gives team members experience working in a simulated game dev environment. We spoke to industry professionals across Panasonic, trying to learn what was the best management environment for the team to simulate as much as possible what a real studio would be like. Of course, everyone is working asynchronously. Everyone has other work or is doing studies, so it's not quite like a studio because no one's full-time. But it's to give them that experience where they would otherwise not have the opportunity. On top of that, it gives our team members a shipped commercial quality title on their portfolio. As other developers in this room would understand, it's one of the most important things you can have on your resume, a strong portfolio of titles. So you would have that Steam published title on your portfolio. And sometimes we have PDT members who stay for several years. So by the time they leave university, they'll have maybe 2 or 3 games on Steam already. Another goal is to create connections. So it's been a great place for students at UTS to find other developers and potentially start studios. So Sam, Stephen is an example here. Together they founded Party Bomb, and they're working on MMM. And I founded Pyramid Software with Ben and Kevin, and we're presenting Cubics Cube today as well. And there are several examples of this, and that's been one of the most important functions of the team. And yeah, this year, Terminal Horizon will be our first commercial project in of such that it will be the first one we will be selling it. So that's a really big next step for us.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Terminal Horizon is on Steam, available to wishlist. So if you guys want to do that, that would help us a lot. Otherwise, we're also presenting. We've got a booth down there if you want to check it out later in person for yourself. Something else I want to note as well. We are going to start recruitment for the next PDT very, very soon. So if you're interested, join the Playmakers server. Just look up Playmakers, Activate UTS, just join. Join the Discord server and we'll post announcements for that. So again, we're looking for people interested in production, game design, arts, programming, marketing, quality assurance, composition, sound design, pretty much anything that you would expect for a decently sized indie AA studio. Yeah, any questions? That's it. Yes.
What's the level of commitment that people joining need?
Minimum 5 hours a week. Obviously, it varies depending on your availability. For some reason, there's a guy on our team named Zach that just does an obscene amount of hours. Yeah.
Agus.
So if you volunteer run, there is no funding for and for the new game that's coming out, you said it's going to be commercially available.
Yes.
Where would how would is it a profit share system or is it just being reinvested back into the
In terms of funding, we have had, frankly, very little. We got a little bit of a grant from Activate UTS, about $2,000, which has been basically just 100% put into marketing, so boothing at PAX, things like that. The funding we are planning to completely reinvest back into PDT and the society, which will allow us to operate independently of the university without having to rely on them. We can't, at least the leadership, we can't pay ourselves because we are also club executives. So we're volunteers by force. Don't know. It's an understanding that even the leaders of the team, everyone's a volunteer. We're all just investing our time into that for our portfolios and for our experience.
I just want to add on to that as well. Essentially, as Nick said, 90% of our funds go back into PDT. So we fund the next project, and then that will fund the next project, and so on and so forth. Also, 10% of funds from this we're donating to charity as well forever. So for Eternal Horizon, we're donating to Lifeline. Yeah. Yes. No.
No.
As long as you're from Sydney, you can sign up. Yep. Also, we don't prioritize. Like, it's all good.
Yes.
Is there any sort of congestion in any sort of role or any sort of role that you find you don't get many applicants toward, like marketing or program?
Yeah, definitely. We see a lot of applicants sign up for programming, arts, and design teams. Those are typically the most popular roles that people apply for. Our programming and art teams right now are massive. They've got over 10 people each. Design, we only have 4, but we still see a lot of people sign up because it's a really interesting sought after role. And then on the flip side, we don't have many people interested in marketing and audio. So that's something we'd like to see more of when we start signups for the next one.
Production.
Oh, production as well. If you're interested in project management, consider joining next year, maybe. Any other questions?
Fantastic. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. So they can just Google to find you guys online, PDT,
Yes,
UTS.
Playmakers, activate, join the Discord server. Yeah.
Let's go. Fantastic. I saw a red lanyard. Do we have one more? 2 more? We miss. No? Any other speakers? No, fantastic. Well, it is lunchtime, so I think that's fitting. So thank you guys for the lightning talks. Take a break, get some rest. We'll see you back here at 2. Come on, guys. What's the word?
Very interesting.
I'm gonna figure out my head.
All right, cool. All right, I hope everyone enjoyed lunch break and had some food and water. Now we have Storytelling in Games by Monica Alaya.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, hello everyone. Thanks for coming. I was anticipating 2 or 3 people, hopefully, so I'm excited to see that people are actually interested in storytelling in games. The last time I made a PowerPoint presentation was in high school. So if I make any mistakes, if I don't understand the tech, if it looks weird up there, please be patient with me. I understand stories, but in terms of translating it to technology, it's a whole other thing. But yeah, I'll give these people just a chance to make themselves feel comfortable before I launch into it. Or maybe I won't make them shy. Yay, it worked! I was worried that I was going to click and the slide was not going to change. So this is great. Okay, so a little bit about me. So I'm a writer and I'm a visual artist. I mostly work in screen, theatre and prose, and then I paint mostly in traditional mediums, so we're talking oil painting. I do also enjoy digital art. So games for me is a relatively new thing. It really started in 2026. End of 2025, 2026. I pitched a game to Cumberland Council with the intention of activating one of their community spaces. And I'll get a little bit into that. And then after that, I felt a little bit more encouraged. I was lucky enough to be part of a program called Beyond the Script, which was a collaboration with Serenade Games, Ace Parramatta, Powerhouse Parramatta, and Create New South Wales. And the intention was to bring creatives who don't typically work in games and give them sort of a pathway or an access to some gaming programs to be hey, how can you translate your skills or your knowledge into this? So I know a lot about stories and I know a little bit about games, and the most exciting or enjoyable thing for me has been seeing how those pathways can converge and how they can support one another. And the idea of this chat is to be okay, I know stories, a lot of you know games, how can I give you this skill to sort of improve your access to games or the kind of games you can make? Okay, so we're going to start at the very beginning of stories. If you've ever done a creative writing class, or if you've just, existed in the English world, you have heard that stories have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and we hear it over and over and over again. But just to break it down, in case, something's been missed, or in case we want to look at it a little bit differently, I'm just going to go through them with you. So with a beginning, we're talking about a setup in terms of the character and in terms of the world that we're coming into. We're also setting up our themes, our concepts, and our genre. This is an opportunity to let your audience know, to let your readers know, to let your players know what they're stepping into, what the expectations are going to be of this world, what the mechanics of it are going to be, what kind of themes you might be exploring, concepts, and also what genre you're working with. Now, you can do a lot to subvert these expectations, you can set it in outer space and it's actually just pizzas flying around in a rocket, or you can have a monkey flying around in a rocket, or you can have a human being flying around in a rocket. And each of those things is going to set up very different expectations for your audience. So this is pretty much you're setting it up. You're saying this is how it works. These are the tools that I'm working with for my story. These are the things that I'm exploring or subverting or challenging. In the next bit, you've got your middle. So this is the fun bit that you watch in the movie where the character's going to die, their friends abandon them, all sorts of crazy stuff. I was trying to think of a universal story that people would know, and I went with The Hobbit. So this is the point where the crazy spiders come. This is the point where he's separated from the dwarves. This is the point where he's tested in terms of wanting to go back home or stay with the rest of the group. So that is your middle. That is the mechanics of your story coming into play. That is you challenging these. That is you enriching this. And then finally, you've got your end, which is how the world or character is transformed. So by the end of The Hobbit, he ends up filthy rich. People are oh my God, hobbits are amazing and they can do stuff and they can leave the Shire. So that's where you're ending up. It's also about where your audience lands, which particularly in games is significant because they're a lot more active than what they would be in like a storybook or what they would be in a film. This is where you're engaging them, you're landing them somewhere. Sometimes it's a big transformative thing as it would be in like an RPG. Sometimes it's just a good feels, you know, because they cleared the line or because they killed the monster or whatever it is. But that's your end. So you're thinking about how to get this through a series of this to result in like this transformation or where you land. Also outcome of obstacles, but that's pretty clear in terms of like whatever they've gone through, where do they end up? Hope I'm not talking too quickly. Am I talking too quickly or are you all good? Okay, perfect. All right, another basic element of story, obviously there's so much to work with and we're really looking at this from like a Western construct of stories, but essentially you've got character, you've got world, and you've got theme and genre. So your character, pretty easy. Who's going to be included? Who's going to be involved? I ask you to look at this a little bit loosely when it comes to games because sometimes your character might be a block, sometimes it might be a shape, sometimes it might be a color, but your character is essentially the figure that's moving through the world, whether that be the audience or whether that be something that you've generated in the world of the game or in the world of the story. Your world is just the mechanics. It's the setting that you've placed it in. It's the rules in terms of how things work. A lot of the themes come into that as well, because if you're setting something on Earth, if you're setting something in a historical context, if you're setting something in the future, if you're setting something inside a refrigerator, and then finally you've got your theme or your genre. So themes is obviously ideas that you're wanting to explore. So if it's a story about family, if it's a story about cats, if it's a story about little kids who like eating chewing gum, those are your themes. That's what you're specifically looking at exploring through these tools. And then genre, finally, we look a lot at genre as kind of a commercial thing to be like, how do we market this? How do people understand this? How do we sell this? What does it sit alongside in terms of like catalogs? But having a concept of genre at the beginning when you're working with stories is really significant, because whether you choose to subscribe to that genre or whether you choose to challenge it says something about what your story is going to be like. We see that when there's a change in characters, like if I was going to do like a first-person shooter and everybody in the game was a female, I'm kind of playing with the idea of the genre. If it's a first-person shooter and everybody is like a cute little bunny, I'm subverting the genre again, or I'm playing into it. So having an idea of like the genre that you're working in is helpful to think about outside of that commercial context or where it sits or other things that might be like it. Okay, this is the bit where like, if you're like, oh, how does this help me? Why is she doing this? It's because, at least for my understanding and my experience, this is like a holistic approach to stories, and this is an approach that can be used for games, where you've got your character feeding into your world, feeding into your theme, feeding into your design. And this is the bit I think where like I'm hoping that you guys will be able to take some of the stuff that you've learned today and sort of implement in the design. So your character, as we said, is just a figure or an object that's taking us through the story. Your world is where you've set it up. Your theme is sort of the subject matter that you're looking to explore, and it doesn't have to be particularly deep. It's just whatever concept you're trying to explore. It could be it's the end of the world and we've run out of pizza. That's your theme, and then your design would be part of that. The reason they all feed into each other is because depending which one you're wanting to focus on or which one you come into in terms of as a concept, it completely shifts things. So for instance, if you're coming in with a character, I know that it's going to be, I don't know, a stapler named Bubbles. So my world can be an office where I'm playing into expectations, or my world can be the inside of a handbag, or my world can be let's say like a like a waste pile or like a garbage dump. Each time I've placed that stapler in a different location, it's created a different story in your head, different expectation. I'm working with a different theme, and it also plays into design. If it's inside a woman's handbag or inside somebody's handbag, suddenly we're looking at something darker, we're looking at something smaller. If it's inside a big waste dump, we're looking at something expansive, potentially abstract. If we're looking at an office, then it's like, does it want to stay there? Does it want to leave the office? Is it happy to continue with our expectations? Is it looking to subvert them? But you can see how all of them kind of feed into each other. Okay, so a little bit of what I've already said, but essentially the concept of stories and being able to tell stories and being able to unpack them, being able to unpack what you specifically want to say with these tools can enable you to explore a bit more expansively, game characters, game structure, visual language, game world, audience, game mechanics, and the platform that you're working on and the dialogue that you're working with. So game characters, as I've said, you can imagine those in any kind of construct. I mean, we're talking about staplers, we're talking about cubes, we're talking about colors, whatever that might be. But as if you're thinking of the story that you're trying to take this figure on, or you're trying to take this character on, it helps to think about what they might end up looking like. I mean, if it's somebody that's trying to overcome the odds and demonstrate their strength, we're probably thinking of a small character. If we're thinking of somebody that's desperate to be loved and seen differently, then we're thinking of maybe a large character or somebody that doesn't appear pleasant or something like that. But we can see how story feeds into that. Game structure, are you working in a linear way? Are there going to be flashbacks? Is it the sort of game where it doesn't really matter where you start or where you end up? Dialogue, that doesn't always have a clear role to play in that obviously there's like text-based games or games where there's actual characters talking to each other. But dialogue is also just a means of communication, whether it be prompts that you have in the game, whether it be how one figure communicates to another. Even if you have figures like jumping to communicate, that is part of their dialogue. Platform, depending on what story you want to tell and what kind of game you want to make, obviously the platform that you end up putting it on is going to be completely different. Your game world can also be enriched by this idea of story, because instead of just picking a location, you can start to unpack why you're picking that location, or what purpose that serves in terms of your audience, or what purpose that serves in terms of your characters. If I'm putting my stapler in an office, my audience is comfortable, my stapler is comfortable. If I'm putting my stapler in a big waste pile, I'm asking the audience to confront, I don't know, like sustainability or recycling or something like that. And so thinking about the game world that you're creating in terms of story is helpful as well. And then visual language. So depending on your tone of the story, depending on where you want your audience to land, your visual language is going to be completely different. If you're trying to do a comedy, you're probably leaning towards brighter colors, something soft maybe, and then if you go for the darker colors, then you're subverting it. But the idea is that you are aware of it. You're aware of these like storytelling elements and what happens when you follow through with expectations or when you subvert them. Visual language can also be the lines that you're working with. It can also be the way that an introduction is set up. It can be the clothes that characters wear. It can even be the font style that you have, where it's like we all know how Comic Sans makes us feel. We all know how Chiller makes us feel. And those are all elements of storytelling. Okay, so if you're wondering at this point, you're like, great, Monica, you've sold me that storytelling can be beneficial to games, but how do I actually tell stories, or how do I actually like build these tools for myself? And so I've just broken down the very basic elements of storytelling, which is your character, your theme genre, and your world. And the idea is if you build up any single one of these, they will feed into each other. If my theme or genre is like vampires, then it's very clear who my character is going to be, and it's clear who my world is going to be. If my character is, let me think of something. If my character is a ball of fluff, Okay, then it gives you an idea that I'm probably playing with something a bit sillier, I'm playing with something a bit more comedic, I'm playing with something a bit more fun. My world, again, similar to the stapler, where do we see balls of fluff? Is it the only fluff, at the edge of the world, or is it in someone's pocket? Has it been left at the bottom of the shower drain? All of these things make us feel a certain kind of way, and they feed into each other. Similarly with world, if I'm setting it, I don't know, like corporate America, then we can imagine the kind of character, we can imagine the kind of genre I'd be like feeding into. So to actually build up these elements, this is where I typically go. I ask lots of questions when it comes to character. Who are they? What are they scared of? What would they like to get to? Who are their friends? And you can think of them in very literal ways, but you can also think of them in very abstract ways. So if it's a stapler, who's its friend? Is it staples or is it paper? Is it going to be a computer? Is it the human's hand? Use knowledge of the world. So this is what I mean when I was talking about them feeding into each other. So if we're going to set the stapler in an office, what's our knowledge of the world? It's quite a professional area. Maybe there's lots of grey. Maybe it's really quiet. Maybe it's really busy. And then that would feed into this. Is our stapler terrified of loud noises because it's accustomed to a world where it's pretty quiet? Reflect on real or fictional people for inspo. Okay, so think about, the stapler one is a little bit harder, but think about other characters that exist in the world, other characters that exist in stories, other characters that exist in games that make you feel excited, that you would like to imitate. Think about people that you know. So if we're doing like an office setting, who do you know that works in an office? What kind of boring conversations have you had with them? Do you work in an office? What kind of boring conversations or interesting conversations have you had with people in your office? And this will all be kind of the juice that feeds your character. Similarly with worlds, you're wanting to use your knowledge of character. So I don't know why I've stuck with a stapler, but now I got to keep going, right? So use your knowledge of character. So depending on the character that you've picked, if it's a goblin, if it's a blue square, it feeds into the world. So if your character is a blue square, how do you establish the world? Is the whole world blue? Is that why the blue square fits? Or are you living in a red world? And that's why you've got this blue character that, if I do say blue square and red world, that gives you an idea of story where you're like, is it alone? Does it have friends? Is it the exception? Also asking lots of questions about your world. So who can live here? Who doesn't belong here? What are scary elements of this world? What are promising or prosperous elements of this world? Reflect on real and fictional worlds as well. So same thing. Think about the games that you've played. Think about the stories that you've read, the films that you've watched, and use them to influence you. Make collages. Sit down and have conversations with your friends. Make notes about it, because the idea is that you're building something. You're building a world. You're building characters. And then similarly in theme and genre, depending what theme you're wanting to work with, you can feed that into character or world. So, when I said like a vampire story, you're either working alongside that genre or you're looking to challenge it. And if you're looking to challenge it, don't have a world set in high school. If you're looking to reinforce the character, you're having something scary. If you're looking to subvert the character, maybe it's a bunny who's a vampire. Please feel free to take a seat. Don't feel like you're interrupting me. Okay, so now I'm going to give a little bit of context for the games that I've made and how all this sort of nonsense has fed into it. So one of the games that I made for Beyond the Script was called The Earl of Whirl. With this story, I knew that I wanted it to be like a wealthy fictional historical figure. And then I had to make everything around him. So I made him first. And I thought, okay, well, I know I want him to be like Fancy Pants. So I was like, he's got to have some kind of fancy title. So I went with Earl. And then I thought Earl of Whirl was funny. And I knew that I wanted it to be a little bit of a comedy. So I was leaning into that. Now, this game was made on Ink. Okay, it's a text-based game with branching choices. The language is dictated by the time, so I tried to think of how somebody might speak in a fictional historical time. My characters are the horse, the Earl of Whirl, and then you as the audience, because you're making selections as you go through the game. I opted for a linear story because I definitely knew that I wanted to like have the audience be taken through an event and then land somewhere. And then finally, the tone, I knew that I wanted it to be silly. So because I knew I wanted it to be silly, it fed into a bit of the visual language, like this picture that I put together, but then it also fed into the kind of language that I used into the story in terms of the silly stuff that happens. So essentially the way this game works is a horse comes and he invites you to the Earl of World's 33rd birthday extravaganza. If you go along, great. If you don't, the horse knocks you out. So I'm obviously like trying to be silly, trying to be playful, but it all started with this character. Whereas like I could set him up so that he's very professional, he's very esteemed. I decided to go the other way. He's going to be horrible. He's exploiting the town and draining their resources. And this horse is actually the hero. But yes, so essentially to say that like this is a game, but the storytelling element helped to dictate my visual language. It helped to dictate my dialogue. It also helped to dictate my structure. Because I knew that he wasn't going to be my hero and I was setting up the horse as the hero, then I knew I needed to figure out how this talking horse came about. What was the horse's agenda? How was he related to the Earl of Whirl and all that kind of stuff? I won't give spoilers because I'm anticipating that everyone's going to go and play this game and they're going to be like, this is the best game ever. So my next game was made on Twine, also as Beyond the Script. It's called Spiderella. The idea came for this when I was working with the concept of world. I was imagining a world where the currency was potatoes. And I was like, in a world where potatoes are a currency, what could go wrong? And I imagined this character, and her name is Spiderella, and she's a potato that was left at the bottom of a barrel until she got really gross and weird. And then she made it her mission to salvage all the potatoes and stop them from being eaten. So your objective as the player is to persuade her to give you her potatoes. So as you can see the journey where it's like, this is the world that I'm setting up. What kind of characters can exist in this world? And then with these characters and this world, what are their objectives become? So this was a text-based game as well. We had branching choices. And then the world for me dictated the tone. It dictated the kinds of choices that come up to play. Because I'm like, if a potato is left at the bottom of the barrel, that's probably not a super modern world. Also, if you're trading potatoes as your currency, I feel like you're not really evolved economically. So that also dictated the world. And then I was imagining she's a potato, so she doesn't have a lot of power or agency, or maybe she's not very big. So I was like, she has to be a little bit threatening. So what elements of her can be threatening? And that plays into the dialogue, but also plays into her appearance. She's a little sticky and gross, and maybe you don't want to touch her. Although there is a romance branch in the story, so, you know, that is also a factor. Then I made this other game called Lost Sarah on Bitsy. With this, I had a genre in mind, which is I knew that I wanted a mystery, but I get really scared. I'm a total fraidy cat. So I knew that it needed to be cute and not scary. And so I decided to have a little bird that navigates town looking for its human friend. So this was a pixel art game, as I mentioned, made on Bitsy, but the genre for me dictated that, you know, I wanted a puzzle kind of mystery thing. Because of my own, you know, shortcomings, I wanted the tone to be light and friendly. And then the game structure, because it's a mystery, I didn't want it to be linear in the same way that I wanted like Spiderella or the Earl of Whirl. I wanted the opportunity where the audience can miss certain information and have to go back for certain information, or that they need a piece to feed into another piece. And all of that was dictated by genre. Because if we have a linear story, you're kind of pushing your audience in one particular direction. But if you leave a little bit more to them, then it plays up that element of puzzle or mystery. Of course, my character, we've got Sugar. And because Sugar's looking for somebody, I knew that I needed to create this fictional character named Sarah. That name was played over and over and over again because depending on Sarah's name, it gives you a completely different idea of that person. And then finally, the world. I knew that if I had a bird roaming around, it had to be a world that was safe for the bird, but then I could have played it the other way where it wasn't safe for the bird. And so I thought a lot about the characters that would exist who might welcome the bird and characters who don't welcome the bird. What kind of shops exist in this world? Would they let a bird come in? Would they not? So I kind of settled on a small town because I figured there would be enough movement capacity for the bird. Also, because he's looking for his friend, I thought it might be helpful if it's a small town because then people can give you clues. People know who Sarah is. People know who Sugar is. And so that kind of helps. But as you can see, they're all like feeding into each other to make the thing. Okay, this was the game that I mentioned for Cumberland Council. This came about a bit differently. My intention was to activate Cumberland City Council's Granville Community Centre. So normally Granville Community Centre has like a pool, a library, and then like halls that people can rent out. But there's this big space in the middle that's usually empty, and so teenagers come in and they play video games and they listen to music. And they're not really supposed to be in there, and then depending on the security, they'll like be escorted out. But you can tell that there's like this need for the community to use this space. And so I thought it would be really fun because there's a lot of young people there. There's lots of kids there as well. I thought it would be fun to put together a game where they can go around and then it feels like an intentional thing, that you go from room to room and you're allowed to be in those rooms and you're allowed to take up that space. And so I figured people like monsters. It means that they can be kind of playful. There's no real rules around it in terms of what they look like. And so the game was created with that audience in mind, where I was like, what do these people like? What would fit in the context of Granville Community Centre? What would fit for that particular audience? It is like a quiz puzzle game. And so the idea is, depending on how you answer particular responses, you generate a different monster. And so for that, I was thinking of like, okay, there's a point where you're deciding what the monster might like to eat, and that dictates the mouth shape. And so your choices are like Eljana, which feels fitting to Granville. Your other choices are like cupcakes, and then you've also got pizza. So I was trying to think of what mouth would communicate the visual language of like pizza, what mouth would communicate the visual language of like cupcakes, what mouth would communicate the visual language of Eljana, because I'm assuming that a kid who's picking a cupcake wants a cuter mouth than the kid who's picking Eljana. But I'm just like, that's how for me story dictates audience expectations, and it also dictates some of that visual language or visual components of your game. With this, there is a linear narrative because I was thinking of that space and thinking of people playing a game who might not necessarily play a lot of games or have like that community interactive element. So I felt like giving some order to it and in it working in a linear way would be helpful. But yes, okay. So now the next bit is a little bit fun. I've drawn characters and we're going to build the world and we're going to decide who they are and what happens to them. Okay, so this first one here, does anyone want to give her a name or him a name? You can do it. I believe in you. Beatrice? Perfect, Beatrice. Okay, so we've given that kind of a female identity. Beatrice denotes sort of an older kind of figure, perhaps, What does she eat? So I'm going to let you choose. We've got pizza, we've got cabbage, we've got lightning. So, of course, cabbage, we're playing into expectations of what a turtle might eat. Lightning, I don't even know what's happening to this turtle. Pizza, it's kind of playful, it's kind of silly. So what do you want Beatrice to eat?
Lightning.
Lightning, okay. So Beatrice eats lightning. All right, great. All right, what is she afraid of? So we've got elephants, death, beach balls. Okay, so depending what she's scared of, it gives us a completely different feeling. If she's scared of elephants, we're thinking that she might get stepped on. We're thinking that she exists in a world where other animals exist. If she's terrified of death, this feels like an existential thing. This feels like really like a human version of a turtle, although I don't know if turtles are actually scared of brains. This is more of a tortoise, I should say, but yes. So, and then we've got beach balls, but these place our turtle in completely different contexts. So knowing that her name is Beatrice, knowing that she eats lightning, what do we want to make her afraid of? Did most people say death? Did someone say beach balls? Beach balls of death.
She's afraid of death.
She's okay. That does make sense. That does make sense. But then okay, on that point, if she eats lightning but she's still afraid of death, then what is death? Is death like the end of lightning? Is it the end of energy? Is it it plays into it again? Yes, but that's the idea, is like when you pick something, why have you picked it? Are you playing into stereotypes? Are you subverting them? What does it mean about your character, even when you make simple decisions like that? Like if her name was Jebediah, that's a completely different tortoise, yeah. If her name was Jack, that's a completely different tortoise. But yes, so we're going with death, I'm assuming? Death. Perfect.
She eats the lightning because she's afraid of death.
Yes. To keep the energy or like to test herself?
The element.
Yes. Okay, where does she live? So if she's eating lightning and she's afraid of death, it seems convenient to put her in outer space. But do we want to play with that stereotype or do we want to challenge it? Is she underwater? In which case, how is she getting the lightning? Is there an underworld of lightning? Is it a fictional underworld? Does she have to go to the surface at particular points in time to get to the lightning? Or does she live inside a cave? Sorry, somebody said something. Please feel encouraged to speak out loud. This is not a classroom. I'm happy for your contributions. Okay, I made it.
You through the water.
Yes. And then what is she like? Just eating the? Like, would it still have like electrical current? Yes. Okay. So does that mean she's not eating it through her mouth? Is it going through the shell?
She eats it when she wants to show off.
Okay. When she wants to show off. All right. So where do we want her to live? Outer space, underwater, a cave? A cave? Okay. I'm going to add an extra one. Does she live there alone?
She lives there with the elephant.
With the elephant. Okay. So that is perfect then, because you go, are they friends? Is she terrified of her friends stepping on her? Is she like, why is this elephant in here with me? Is it her enemy? Does the elephant also want to eat lightning, or is the elephant confused about this? Is the only way she can die if the elephant steps on her? In which case, if the elephant is her friend, what kind of crazy story have we created? If it's her enemy, I feel like that's a lower cost, if your enemy kills you versus if your friend is the only person who can kill you. And so, yes. So pretty much I'm just trying to encourage this idea of you don't have to start in a big way, but thinking about story, thinking about the elements that you're picking can completely shift things. So then I've got this little character. So this one needs a name as well. Milton. Were you in agree with Milton? Yeah. Okay, Milton. It's kind of cat-like, but it's also kind of weird. So we can either play into the cat thing or we can just like subvert it. Maybe it exists in a world where everyone's like, are you a cat? And it doesn't know what a cat is. Nobody has to have dialogue with this. So please don't think that when I'm talking about story, I'm strictly talking about like role-playing games. There are lots of different elements of story as we've like kind of illustrated. But yes, so Milton, the thingy, what does she eat? Garbage, eggs, spaghetti. Garbage. Okay.
Not like from the shell, like from just like raw egg, but
So who's breaking the shell? Because Milton doesn't have hands.
Mouth?
With the mouth? Yeah, that could be a thing.
They eat eggs all the time.
Snakes don't have limbs and they eat eggs all the time. But they're not like raw egg specific. They'll eat the shell too. There's not like a separation.
But eggshells are spaghetti in garbage, technically.
Yes. That is a different kind of spaghetti though, right? If Milton's like predisposed to restaurant spaghetti, or if Milton's predisposed to garbage spaghetti, that's like very different.
Milton might be high class.
Yeah, it's a high class cat. I did like the idea of sitting on it because then there is a human thing. Yeah. There is a human thing of like wanting the yolk and the white intact, but Milton could be like, I don't mind if it's got a bit of butt flavor, sit on it, crack it, and then just slurp up, the remnants. Oh, that's splendid. Okay, then we're getting into like sci-fi territory, right? Where I'm like, do we play into it? Do we not? But yes, are we set on eggs then, or garbage or spaghetti? Because you seem sold on all three. Eggs. Okay, eggs. Okay, specifically. Oh my goodness, then she would have to hunt down all the human beings who like tried to break the egg and it either came out rotten or they did a bad job and they've dumped it in the garbage. That feels like a very limited food supply. Okay, what is she afraid of? We've got the dark, triangles, or towels. Triangles. Towel. Okay.
The egg.
Yeah. Okay, so that's brilliant because we're feeding into the other one. So the dark is an obvious sort of fear where we're playing into sort of general human fears. If we pick either of these, we know that we're wanting to do something a little bit more playful. We're doing something a bit more adventurous, a bit more exploratory, although the dark can be fairly adventurous. But yes, triangles, I put that up there because Milton is a square. So then I was just like, if we're playing with visual language, is like Milton terrified of any sight of a triangle. It also fit in my brain when I was thinking of Milton eating eggs, because it's like round stuff okay, triangles not okay. There's only two readers.
That means Milton's terrified of her own nose.
Oh my goodness, I did think about that. But I was like, Milton can't see their nose. So is it like a mirror will just set them completely astray? Like will just ruin their worldview entirely. And then okay, so expectation of ears is a fun one. So we expect ears, she doesn't have ears. What does it mean about this character? Can they hear? Can they not hear? Do their ears operate differently? Do they receive sound differently? And then you can play with all of that. Towels is an interesting one in terms of absorbing the egg yolk. I did not think of that at all. So that could be it. I'm like, where are they accessing these towels? What kind of world does Milton live in that it's like a towel? And then I'm like, is it a cat bath thing? Because there are cat vibes from this thing. So
What if it's if Milton looked familiar, they realize that they're made of triangles?
It's an interesting character moment. Just Milton.
I am triangles.
Milton is scared of herself.
Milton could be scared of themselves. We have no context for Milton so far other than they eat eggs and their name is Milton. They're scared of the other. That's
What if it's not there because they don't want to hear anything about anything other than their own square world?
okay. So that's perfect. So that gives us an opportunity to think about who this character actually is. So there may be somebody who's a little bit more scared. There's somebody who's a little bit more timid. There's somebody who wants to be alone, maybe doesn't want to socialize as much. If their objective is getting eggs, how often do they have to eat eggs? Are they leaving their home frequently or they're not leaving their home frequently? Do they have a home? But I like that you guys are like, it's getting the juices going. But yes, the dark triangles or towels, what are they afraid of? Where have we landed? Triangles? Okay. I hate to think that I've sold you on triangles because you guys seemed keen on towels before that.
Dialogue about triangles, a lot of insight on it.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to go triangles then. And then where does she live? So we've got inside a toilet. She's unhomed on top of a mountain. So this has shifted our expectations of Milton.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sorry.
Oh, she lives on the mountain. He leaves the mountain and realizes she's lived on top of a
Triangle, yeah. This was definitely intentional, but yes, perfect. Sorry, you were saying something as well? Yeah. So this is what we're working with. And you see how this has shifted what Milton eats and what Milton is afraid of. So yes, so where do we want Milton living? Inside a toilet? Is it a giant toilet or is Milton really small? Is it a used toilet or an abandoned toilet? And if it's a used toilet, what kind of life is Milton living? What does Milton smell like? Can Milton leave the toilet? Why has it picked the toilet? Does it live in a world where people don't use toilets and so toilets are this sort of abandoned, preserved thing? We also have unhomed, of course, which is a little bit of what we were thinking before. So then you're like, oh, if this character is unhomed, is the story about them looking for a home, or do you subvert that where they're perfectly comfortable moving around? And in fact, anytime somebody tries to take Milton in as a pet or something like that, Milton's on the run. And then you've got on top of a mountain, which we've all enjoyed because mountains are triangles, and it's like, ah. But then why does it leave the mountain? Has it run out of, I forget what Milton eats, eggs? Yes. Has the top of the mountain run out of eggs? Are chickens scarce on top of the mountain, or are they prevalent?
They live on a mountain, and the universe is exactly the same except mountain goats lay eggs.
That definitely works. So it's got other animals to contend with. What shape are the eggs? Triangle. Okay. So if they are in fact triangles, then you have like Milton's self-defense is sitting on stuff that it's terrified of, and then discovers the deliciousness of a raw egg. And then I must find more triangles, or I must get away from the fearful triangles, even though I need them as a source of food. With triangle noses? But yes, we can see how the story starts percolating. We can see how like the visual language is also shifting because things are a particular size. I'm also, to my knowledge, Milton doesn't have any fur. So is the mountain quite low? Is there a different way that Milton keeps heat? Okay, so which one have we landed on in terms of where does she live?
At the toilet where it's round and safe. And she wasn't always brown.
She wasn't. Okay. And eventually, yes. So then you have different kinds of games. If she's living on top of a mountain, we get like an adventure story kind of thing because that's our expectation. Or maybe it's really easy to hop off a mountain because it's really tiny. If she lives in a toilet and she used to be white or she used to be yellow and now she's turned this color, is the game some sort of objective where you're trying to avoid the poo or you're trying to avoid the huge human butt, but also you're on a quest for eggs? What was she afraid of? Triangles. Okay. So we can use the triangles. Maybe she never encounters the triangles inside a toilet and it's only at the very end where she sees a triangle and she's terrified and she's like, I never should have left the toilet. Poop is better than this. But yes, so where do we want her living?
Cows.
Yes. Okay. And then if she's afraid of towels, then we can play back with that bit. Is the toilet then an intentional choice, or has she tried to back away from the towels and then found herself? Like, that's the only place the human isn't putting the towel, is inside the toilet.
Oh, so she can go in the toilet.
Oh, that is fair. How did she end up in the toilet? Was she born in the toilet? Okay. Again, we're thinking about gameplay. We're thinking about like story structures. We're thinking about like game mechanics as well. Visual design. If we're going, this used to be white, now it's brown because of poo. Does the audience start off knowing this? Is this some later disgusting revelation where initially they're like, oh my God, Milton's so cute. Oh my God, Milton's covered in shit. I'm allowed to say shit, right? Okay. But yes, I'm going to do a next bit, which is story time. I would like you, I assume everybody has either some kind of writing material or a phone, or you can talk to the person next to you. I don't mind. It's really casual. We've had lots of fun with the little characters I've drawn. I would like you to think about a very simple concept for a story or a very simple concept for a game, and then we're going to share it with each other. It's really chill. I don't mind what it is. I don't mind how silly or absurd or simple it is. But if you all just want to take a little bit of time and have a think, based on all the juice and all the energy that we've got now, think about either a game that you've already worked on or a game that you'd like to make, or a story that you've already worked on or a story that you'd like to make, and just make up your own little character in your own little world. You can ask the same questions we've asked, which is, what do they eat? What are they afraid of? Where do they live? It can be as simple as that, but I'm going to challenge you to do it. So stop looking at me and start looking at yourselves and each other. I'll give you like 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. with your own versions of Milton and Patrice. It does not. It's your own thing. another minute and then we're coming back. So if you've got any great ideas, write them down now. Your time is up. If who wants to share their story first, or their little character, or their little world? Yep.
We have a pencil. It's called Edsel because Edsel pencils have the side.
Yeah.
But it's afraid of pencil sharpeners. It lives in outer space. It doesn't eat anything, but it does continue to get smaller. It's afraid of because it's afraid of pencil sharpeners. But pencil sharpeners also give it purpose and make it useful, so it has to face up to its fear to be useful.
So we've got a very clear idea of a character. The name gives it a little bit of whimsy. It gives it a little bit of a comic element. If it's terrified of sharpeners, but it needs to sort of contend with them, then do we have like a final sharpener boss that it has to defeat or get sharpened by? Is it like a slow, almost like a coming of age for the pencil where it's like it's befriending sharpeners along the way? If it's in outer space, we go, how did it end up there? Does it belong to a particular person? Is it fresh out of the package? Because all of these things sort of give it different elements. But yeah, no, great job. Thank you for sharing that with us. Is there anybody else that wants to share their story?
You are a brush called male pattern Goldman, living in a sort of modern world in an abandoned studio where everyone is AI generating everything nowadays.
Yeah.
You are essentially on a quest to find an old traditional artist to paint like a piece of artwork and fulfill your purpose before you lose all of like the brush hairs along the journey.
What is your purpose? Just to find the traditional artist? Okay.
Be used to paint something.
Okay. So then we go, is this like a beautiful world or is this a really ugly world? Like visually, I'm talking about.
Kind of like cyberpunk dystopian sort of aesthetic.
Okay.
Tech everywhere.
Was this brush made with the purpose of is it enabling balding, by the way, or is it like preventing balding? Because
I just couldn't think of a name, and that was like the first.
That's
thing
okay.
That came to mind.
Okay, so maybe it doesn't know its purpose. It's terrified to brush hair because it doesn't know if it'll keep your hair or make it bald.
Paintbrush.
Oh, paintbrush. Okay, perfect. Sorry, I thought hairbrush. Pardon me. Yes. Why would I think it was a comb when it was called male pattern? Crazy. But yeah, no, that's all good. So, okay, so it's a paintbrush. It wants to be used.
Yeah.
So we're working with very different worlds. We've got a pencil that's terrified of being used in a particular way, but ultimately needs to contend with that. And then we've got a paintbrush that's like, use me, use me. That doesn't sound great. Please don't edit that in a weird way. But yes, so we've got a paintbrush that is like desperate to find its purpose. And then depending who that traditional artist is, depending if the brush finds the traditional artist or not, maybe it doesn't, even when it comes to the traditional artist is like, this is a sucky brush. That's a completely different story that we're telling. So there is an element of this where it could lean into the comical, or you could have it making genuine commentary about how things are perpetually being made by AI and what does that mean for us. And this paintbrush is actually sort of a physical manifestation of our desperation for like traditional art or tactile mediums. So yes, so depending where you go with this, it's a completely different game. It's a completely different story. We do also get a clear sense of that visual language because of where we've chosen to set up that object. Is there anybody else that would like to? Okay, we'll go red shirt, sorry, first. Yes.
So exactly a game idea. The one with my partner.
Yes.
About the stages of grief and like confronting that. This has been very lighthearted, so I'm going to come with these dark.
Yes.
So the main character is you, and the first and last stage of grief is denial and then acceptance.
Yeah.
So with the denial, it's not clear who is passing away. It can be like a pet, it can be someone you love, or it can just be the concept of death itself.
Yeah.
And basically you find a spell book. And so each stage is like a different spell you try. So with denial, the first spell you cast is like a time loop. So when this person or animal passes away, time loop resets. And then you go through the different stages until finally at the end with acceptance, you undo the spell and then just like
Okay, so great. So that is a story, or that's a game where it's working with the mechanics of audience and theme. And you can see how the world is being built up because of that, because we have a context for where kind of journey we want to take our audience on, or what kind of emotional experience we want them to have. That's how the world is being established. Also, because you want it to be lighthearted, we're like trying to subvert these ideas of death. It doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be scary. It can sort of be a comfortable human experience. And again, we get an idea of like visual language and that sort of thing. Sorry, you seem like you wanted to have your hand up as well?
She said it was lighthearted. But,
Yes, yes.
you know, like, no, she was saying that her idea was like,
oh, my idea's a bit darker.
yeah.
Okay, yes.
Going from lighthearted.
Okay, pardon me. Yes, no, sorry, yeah. Okay, perfect. Then the idea is that we don't have to be terrified of things being a little bit darker, that we don't always have to experience things in a pleasant way for them to be able to be digestible. So yes, thank you for correcting me on that. Yes, you also wanted to share your game though. You had your hand up earlier. Yes.
Complete 180 again. It's a duck.
It's a duck.
Detective Mallet. All right.
Yeah.
So think so setting in like a rural town kind of, but as far as like visual cues go, very detective noir, very like your monochromes, all that. His whole thing is there's a white bread shortage, and like he's tasked to look after it, and like he takes his job very seriously. Everyone's like, "Oh wow, you're really good at this," and it's like, "Yeah, but my favorite bread is rye bread. I don't much care for white bread." It's like, "Oh, but you're so passionate for it." It's like it's not really my thing though.
Okay, perfect. So you've given yourself a character, you've given him a purpose, you're leaning into the elements of the duck, what we think it eats, what it wants to eat, what's readily available, and then it immediately challenges that because one, this duck doesn't like white bread, and two, there's a shortage of white bread. And so you're playing with the expectations of the duck and the expectations of that world, but then you've chosen to invert it or create a point of scarcity that creates your obstacle, your tension for the middle. So that's great. Somebody at the back had their hand up as well. Yes, perfect. What's your...
A character named Silas Cole, who's
Yes.
an average cowboy, except he lives in the abyss, and instead of a cowboy hat, his hat is actually a propeller hat.
Yes.
His gun has a 1 in 6 chance of firing confetti instead of a bullet.
Okay. So that's really fun. We know that that's going to be something silly. If you chose to go into it, then you could just kind of follow that through to a silly, whimsical game. You could choose to like go the other way where it's like he has to come to terms with his father's death, like some
Imperfection. And
Yes.
schizophrenic.
The other thing, so we could play with that in terms of, is it linear, is it non-linear? How do we give that experience to the audience that this is how the character perceives or engages with their world?
Fredio, and
Okay.
he doesn't know his parents, but he believes they were born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and he believes he was born and raised in Texas, Houston.
Okay, so some of your game structure or game elements come to mind. So one, there are two things that you've described, so confetti and a propeller hat, which make me wonder if this game has some kind of vertical element or like some kind of like vertical travel element because these things are going into the air. The other thing that you make me think of is with the Pittsburgh backstory, how is that slowly revealed over the course? You don't have to decide now, but is this slowly revealed over the course of things? Is that like the pitch that a player gets as soon as they engage with it? So these are completely different choices that you'd make, and depending on what you'd make, you'd have a completely different audience and gaming experience. Nobody from this side that I saw that put their hand up, and if you did put your hand up, I'm really sorry, but I'll give you a chance to... I know it's 3. I know it's 3 o'clock, but we did run a little bit late, and I just want to make sure no one from this room was really keen on sharing something and didn't get a chance to. Nope, you're all good? Perfect. Sorry, you had your hand up. This will be the last one, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you feel about this. Continue.
Pink frog, a young frog who eats leaves and plants. They used to live on a lily pad in the swamp, but their family got kidnapped by the fly mafia.
Okay. Did you say the fly mafia? Okay. So working with a completely different world there, because do they have guns as well? Do they ascribe to the rules of our own mafia, or is it its own thing? Have they formed together as a means to protect themselves? Is it the only frog in the world? You give me lily pad, you give me frog. I imagine the movement of the frog. Do they stand upright, or are they like, just meeting our expectations of frogs where they're hopping? What are the flies doing to like affect it? Is it just a food scarcity element, or are they doing something to the ponds? Like my brain goes into that. And then depending on what decisions you make, it takes you in a completely different direction. But yes, that will be the end of this. Thank you so much for coming. Hopefully this was a little bit helpful, and hopefully you can take some of the tools that you got here today. This is just very basic elements of storytelling. The more you explore, the more you sort of question, the more you make a collection of things that inspire you, the more fruitful your gaming and storytelling will be. But yeah, thank you so much. Take care. Goodbye. I don't know how to make this stop.
All right, next up, in this room, we have Matt's 3VR Game Talk, extended print session by, again, Dr. Matt Kavanagh, an associate lecturer at UNSW. Then at 3:30, we have Game Dev and Self-Doubt, Learning to Challenge Negative Thoughts by Luca Denizio. All right, now, okay. I'm sorry, I had to follow the script, but then introducing you again.
I guess you don't need to. I can introduce myself.
All right, cool. That'd
and
be
then,
great.
Yeah. But also like the introduction that I gave Sandra, like wasn't was kind of copy and paste from my LinkedIn, basically. I think a more appropriate introduction for me would be, I used to be a student here. So I did my undergrad here in computer science. I was also a student under Malcolm. Do you guys know Malcolm? Cool. So we kind of swapped around here a little bit because Malcolm came from UNSW and then came here, and then me, I'm like from here and then went to UNSW. So I just think that's kind of funny. But anyway, so at UNSW, I teach into a program called the Master of Simulation and Immersive Technologies, and we believe, or at least I do, that devices like this is basically the future of computing, and I'm not sure how many people agree with that in here, or just generally interested. Okay, yeah, we got some, almost. I think the main problem that we have at the moment is like these devices are way too big, right? But eventually they'll shrink. There are already some indications that they will, like for example, X-Real Aura. So today, like my lightning talks, I'm going to cut my first talk, which is about the Easy Peasy Toolkit, because I already talked about that earlier today. And then if you are interested in that, I guess my contact details are already in the thing, and then you'll also see the recording from the previous session about that one. So my lightning talks today will just basically be about two things now. So it's going to be about my MathVR program, which is one of the programs that we use to teach mathematics over at UNSW, mainly linear algebra, and specifically vector arithmetic. So I guess we're all happy about vector arithmetic over here, right? And we need to. I guess we need that for physics, and we need some of that for computer graphics. So this is my thinking here is that this will help people visualize what those operations are, and then the second lightning talk that I'm going to do is completely different, nothing to do with work at all. It's just like a little prototype that I've been cooking up, where I'm all still using virtual reality, but this time it's a game, and it's about. Do you guys know what Hadouken is, or Kamehameha? Or okay, cool. It's basically about that. It's basically about that. Okay, cool. So can I get the show of hands here? Who's already finished? I forget the code. So back in my day, we only had three numbers here. So like Math 135, Math 130. I guess it's slightly different now, right? It's like 4 numbers now. What's the first year maths course number here? Did you guys have to do maths for your? Oh well, I'm assuming that everyone here is in the games degree, right?
It's quite a lot of public people from the public as well, so not everyone is a student.
Oh, right, of course, yeah. Okay, cool. So anyway, this is I'll just go back. I'll just go take a step back here a little bit. So what's a vector? Well, in computer science terms or in C++ terms, a vector is just basically a list of numbers, right? So I guess in mathematics terms, we could also look at it just as a list of numbers. Sorry, I should correct myself there a little bit because this is being recorded. In C++ terms, it's a list of objects that you can put in. In mathematics terms, you can think of it as a list of numbers. So like these days, the really popular application of vector arithmetic is large language models, right? So like you would see that with convoluted neural networks, like deep convoluted neural networks. So this is like a little bit part of that. So this particular thing is just looking at vectors with 3 numbers in them, and then you can do operations with the 3 numbers, right? So like with regular numbers, we can say plus, minus, divide, multiply. You can also do the same thing with a set of 3 numbers. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pray to the IT gods. This was working. And then I'm going to see if I can try and get this working for you guys online. So this is a game engine called Unity 3D. So I guess Bastien over here works with Godot. And I will maybe eventually get a Godot version up for this one. But for now, because this is what we worked in, it's in Unity 3D. So this device that I have on my head here is called the Meta Quest 3. So this is basically the 3rd iteration of Meta's standalone headset. And then what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to connect this to my PC. And IT gods, I did prepare a video, but I think it'd be better if we actually did this live. Okay, here we go. So PC is connected. So right now I can't see you, so I'm looking at this in virtual reality at the moment. So this device can do augmented reality where I can see you, but this particular modality is in virtual reality. So you can see that I'm connected to my laptop screen now. So I'm moving my mouse using my hands. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my folder over here, and then I'm going to go table. I'm going to go hand testing scene. No, that's not it. Table menu test. Okay, here we go. Just going to get rid of that. So basically in Unity 3D, this is where we do our little engine work. And you can see on this side, this is like the editing view over here. And then on this side, this is what I'm seeing. This is what the user is going to see. So what we do sometimes at UNSW with first-year students doing this particular topic, we take like 1 week of their tutorials, and then they do this experience, and then they get a mark for that. And I'll kind of show you what I mean by this. So I'm just going to go ahead and press play. And this is the reason why we did this is basically this is impossible to do in real life. So my hands are controllers. My hands are not hands. That's kind of funny. I'll just does this make anyone feel uncomfortable? Like you don't see? Okay. This is kind of making me feel uncomfortable actually, but I'll just press on. Like why are my hands this? So essentially, actually no, this is too uncomfortable. I'm just going to use this. So there's something glitching with my graphics at the moment, so I'm going to switch back to this so I don't feel as comfortable. But here, what I'm holding here is a vector, and then you can see that it has x, y, z value. So like when we're working with vector arithmetic, a useful form of a vector is 1 with 3 numbers. So like that makes sense to us, right? Because we could use this as direction. So like basically what I'm doing is I'm changing the value of this vector by moving the head around, and then you can think of it as a direction from here to here. Cool. And I'm just going to go look at the audience again to see if that's, does that make sense? Is that okay? Cool. So normally what we would do is we would write something on the board. We would write the 3 numbers over there, and then we do operations on these numbers. And then if you can kind of just imagine me with the whiteboard marker and then like doing stuff over here. And then, okay, I'm going to get back into it now. Let's resume. And then, so if I wanted to add 2 vectors, I just need to grab 2 vectors here. And you can see this is like a new affordance that's also like not really possible. I'm just going to get rid of that. Not really possible in real life because like I take one and then another one magically goes up here. It's like infinite objects that we can add. But what we do for addition is we take the addition operation. You can tell it's the addition operation by putting a plus in there. And then we go bup, and then we go bup. And then now the green bit is the result of these addition of these two elements. And some of you might recognize this as the parallelogram rule, right? And then you can kind of see that if you update the values, I'm just going to move this back down here. If you update the values up here, you dynamically see what's going on with the result. And you can see the geometric significance of the result as well. It is basically this vector put up into the end of this other vector. Okay, and then what we can do is we can clone this. Looks like I need to do this. Press the button over here, and then we're going to update the terminology. Clone doesn't quite fit it, but essentially what this is doing is it's copying this result from here onto here, and every time I update that's going to get copied over there. So that's useful because we can do basically cascading results. So then what if I wanted to have this subtraction operation? So remember with the subtraction, like it basically tells you the direction from one vector to another. In this case, the direction from here to here is that, right? So if I were to clone this value, Here we go. I guess I could just use my hands, but then I'll feel uncomfortable. I think I need to update the mechanism for doing the buttons over there, because it looks like the controllers get in the way. I guess that's another consideration we have for virtual reality design, right? Like the specific devices, we actually now need to think about the physical realities of all these different things. Anyway, looks like I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to keep talking a little bit more about Math VR. I think you get the idea, though. I've lost. Okay, I'm back. So anyway, so if I were just to grab, I'm going to take the controller again. If I were to just grab this result over here, you can see that this is copied that result. It's going from that location to that location. I guess the other thing I want to do with this is I'm going to swap the operations. And then I think this is much better. Just going to move this out of the way. In fact, you can probably just delete these two here. So that's my delete hammer, which is not working. I'll just move that out of the way. Just pretend that's deleted. So you can see that, like, with this, I'm updating this, and you can see like this is copying the result, and it's grabbing when I don't want to grab. But like it's I think the lighting in here is kind of messing up the hand tracking. Yeah, I guess this goes to show that virtual reality is still a little bit clunky. But if it wasn't clunky, you can kind of see that basically doing that is pretty much impossible in real life. And I guess if you're doing vector arithmetic, my argument is this will make it easier for you to understand the particular topic. Hopefully I've made you guys all excited about the potential for virtual reality. I'm certainly excited about the potential for virtual reality, so I'm going to put in this little plug over here, and then I guess I'm just going to spend like 5 or 6 minutes kind of explaining what this is. So completely nothing to do with work, and sometimes I've described this as basically brain rot. Hopefully it's not brain rot. Who here is a fan of Avatar: The Last Airbender? Cool, lots of people. So I guess if you don't consider that brain rot, then this is not brain rot. I asked a question: what if magic was real? So in Avatar, they have all these different disciplines, they have all these different clans, they all study how chi works, and they can do stuff with bending. So this one, I don't want to get sued, so I'm not going to call this bending, but it does have to do with magic. So like, what if magic was real? So basically, the floor, it looks like, is a little bit too high, so I'm a bit short. So that's another consideration that we have with virtual reality. The tracking isn't quite super accurate yet. But like, if you have a look at all this is supposed to be chi, right? Like normal people won't be able to see this, but because I'm a magic sorcerer person, I can see this and I can influence its motion. And then what I can do also is I can gather them up together, and then I can make fireballs, and then I can be like, ugh. I guess the idea here is, in like some games like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat or stuff like that, to make a fireball or to make any kind of special move, you need to. I'm just gonna kill this guy for a bit, and then I'm gonna talk to you guys face to face. You need to like dial up a move, right? So like the Hadouken is a specific move. So this one, the idea here is magic is real, and then there are certain things that you can do with magic and you manipulate to be able to make a fireball. It doesn't have to be the exact move. It can just be gathering the fireballs and then shooting, right? So I'm gonna looks like I have 4 minutes left. So I'm gonna keep going through this tutorial level, and then you can do this and you can do that. So the idea here is there's an underlying system, but I myself, as the developer, don't know how the system is going to react. So I saw when I was doing a playtesting session, I saw someone doing this, and I didn't even know that you could actually launch multiple fireballs at the same time, like that. And I was like, how did you do that? Well, I just did this. So that's the kind of attitude that I have with this particular thing. Make a physics system underlying, and then just get people to kind of discover. I mean, I know I myself will have some kind of idea of what the spells are going to be, but like I can just make people kind of discover by themselves, and then they'll tell me what they find, and then I'll be like, cool. And then I'm kind of thinking, maybe if this system gets complex enough or interesting enough, that there would be some people writing like martial arts manuals just for this. And okay, so this is now the parry thing. How much time do I have? Like 3 minutes? Okay, cool. I think we can just get to the telekinesis spells, but like this parry, we just go, I'm going to do this. So this is like a shield kind of thing. You got to time it right. So I'm still working on the graphics, of course. You can see that like, this is all very programmer art primitives, primitive shapes from Unity. So like this is like a flattened cylinder, and this is like a scaled cube. And the streaks, they're just like they're line, they're I think not line renderers, but the whatever the streak renderer is called, but it's one of the basic ones. I will update these once it's closer to production. So okay, so these guys I can sort of like oh no, okay, we got to the telekinesis part. So I guess with this thing, you can have multiple types of spells, and then each hand has different spells. So this one, I'm going to change that to telekinesis. So the telekinesis thing, I can gather some energy, and then I can then use that energy to capture like some objects, and then I can like move them like that. And then I can then use this. I can still use Fireball on this side, so that's still around. But then I can kind of use these things. Oh, I think there's a bit of a bug. I can drag these objects and then hit the enemies with it if I know how to hit them. And then it's like, yeah, there we go. I can change the spells of both hands as well. So instead of just one hand using one fireball, then I can use two hands, and then like it's much easier to influence the movement of the objects. And yeah, how am I doing for time? Is it like 3 minutes yet? Oh, okay, lots of time. So yeah, essentially, you can also pick up the enemies if you wanted to, but like if you also wanted to keep using the shield, you can change the spells back to fire, and then you can shoot stuff to fire. But I think with this one, I think we need to kill. So these guys are. Oh wait, no, these guys are dead. Thank you for testing. So yeah, so this kind of interaction is not possible with screen-based designs. So this is basically why I said, well, this has to be in virtual reality. I guess like from a sales standpoint, there aren't really many people with VR headsets yet. I mean, not as many as screen-based things. But my bet is like our bet is that this will become mainstream. Yeah. So I guess I guess that's it. Like I'll probably go into the next talk. Or is there time for questions? Or if you
I'll go to.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Sorry, I missed the first half of the talk, but
Yeah, no problem,
I was
sir.
interested in like with VR, the main thing I think is a challenge is how you move the character, or how would you move yourself?
Oh, right. So this is called locomotion, and there's a few. I guess there's a few solutions to this already. For this one, I didn't actually show you guys. There's these thumbsticks, so it's just your traditional like move in place kind of thing. Other things gets you to go onto a treadmill, and then or some people do this kind of thing. I guess like with my particular game, I'll just use this. Yeah. What's are you interested in getting to VR dev?
Maybe it sounds like it would be a bit of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a lot of fun.
Stuff to explore with game dev, I think.
Oh yes, absolutely.
It's one of those things that would be nice one day to dabble in it. Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Cool. Oh, is there a question there, or we're wrapping up? Okay, cool. Cool. I guess that's it. And then I guess thank you so much for listening. And yeah, you can ask me questions and things like that by following the links on the website. Cool. And I guess that says shutting down, so I should go to the resident computer now. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna. It's gonna be awkward now because I'm gonna like be packing up.
All right. For our final speaker in room B is Luca D'Annunzio, who is an indie game developer, who will be talking about game dev and self-doubt, learning to challenge negative thoughts. All right, I'll just hand over the talk, guys.
Just keep this on just up here somewhere. There we go. All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to my talk. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a bit about my game dev journey and just connect it to maybe feelings of self-doubt that have followed me through my journey. But you know, game development in general has been pretty rewarding for me through the difficult times as well. You know, I've felt proud of stuff that I've made, even surprised at stuff that I've managed to pull off. But also the opposite feelings, you know, moments where I hated stuff that I've created, and even dreading reopening my own work and even looking at it at times. So that's me. So, yep, I'm Luca. So I've been doing indie game development for about 6 years, and just bits and pieces on and off. I've done some art, animation, coding, and design. So I was approached to speak here, and you know, I'm not a superstar dev with a huge success story. You know, I can't really tell you how to make a hit game or how to build a massive successful studio, but I do have you know, just a bit more grounded game dev experience that I can share. So, sorry, this is like my first time doing a talk like this, so apologies if I seem a bit nervous or a bit unorganized, but hopefully we'll get through it and we'll survive. But it is something I want to get better at if I can do this more often in the future. Yeah, I kind of wish I did like maybe a lecture or even a workshop if I had some really cool technical skills to show off. But maybe next time, that'd be great. So yeah, so just an ordinary game dev. I've experienced working solo and with others and gone through different emotional battles. Yeah, my journey may be valuable if it's relatable to others, if people are in the same situation. If your struggles are similar to mine, maybe you'll learn how to handle them a bit better, or maybe better than how I've handled them and learn not what to do. So just to touch on some subjects that I'll mention: imposter syndrome, confidence and self-doubt, and just processing negative feedback and other similar thoughts. So just a quick background of my past and my passions for games. Any of these familiar to anyone? Can anyone point what any of these are? Alex Kidd, yeah. Yeah, it's probably showing my age a bit, but that one's Wonder Boy 3, Dragon's Trap, Space Quest 4, point and click adventure, and yeah, Jill of the Jungle. Correct. Yeah. So yeah, I loved platformers and exploring the world building. Especially, Wonder Boy 3 Dragon's Trap. I probably didn't really realize it at the time, but it's very similar to like a Metroidvania, I guess, a very early version of that, where it's not level based, but you explore the world, you get upgrades, you unlock abilities, different forms. Yeah, for example, changing this Piranha Man, he can swim, so you can bypass obstacles with water, for example. And also, yeah, point and click adventures similar, where you're exploring the world. You're kind of gated by the boundaries of the map. But I don't know, when I played these, I'd want to try to explore everywhere I could. Like if you can go underneath this building, or to the right or to the top, like where do they go? A good example of that is again King's Quest V. I remember there was this desert to the west, and it just seemed to go on forever. And you had to find oases to drink water from before you died of thirst. And that just seemed like it was limitless. It isn't really, but that's just what it felt like at the time. So yeah, in general, I love the interactivity of games, where you choose what you want to do and where you want to go, and at times make your own stories and at your own pace. And so now I know I love games. Would it be interesting to be able to make something like that? So my first kind of dabbling into programming and game dev was with BASIC on this really old clunky computer. I think it was called Amstrad CPC or something, which only had like a clunky keyboard and a chunky monitor, and it had BASIC on it, which is like QBasic basically. And yeah, when I was a kid, I learned how to do these pathways and this kind of like choose your own adventure text-based. I learned how to print something, how to ask questions, and then that'll appear in the next print dialogue, and questions and answers that'll give you branching paths, and even used it to make like really simple mazes without any real collision, but it's still a bit of fun to play with my siblings and my friends. There weren't much, but it was enough to create something interactive and that can respond to players' input. At this point, I wasn't really thinking of being a game dev as my career. Probably like most people, I didn't really know what I wanted to be, but I knew I wanted to do something in programming or computers at a minimum. But making real games like the ones I've played previously, like Alex Kidd and Wonder Boy, they seemed very out of reach and very complicated compared to this. And I always thought in the back of my mind, it'll make sense to me eventually when I get a bit older. So yeah, this is probably the first little trap that I've had, and maybe I've heard many other people. You just kind of make this excuse, I'll do it when I'm ready, or it'll just come to me one day. But really, you just got to make it happen. Instead of just telling yourself that you need to wait until you're ready. Like I wanted to learn to code, but I didn't think I was ready to take that step to that development. So I didn't really try to take it further or take it too seriously. Yeah, and it just becomes an excuse to be unprepared and just kind of expected future me to take care of it without making sure I'm taking care of future me. Yeah, you get ready by starting, by doing now. It might be uncomfortable, but you need to get out of your comfort zone. Let's see. So after that, I want to talk about Duke Nukem. I did a lot of level design for this for fun. So I got interested in early first-person shooter games such as Doom and Quake, where you explore 3D environments. But when I played Duke, there was something that I discovered that was very different about the levels. Yeah, sure, in games like Doom, you may be told you're entering a space station or some kind of castle, but they mostly felt very abstract and a bit vague, and they were much more gamified. They were almost purely areas just for gameplay to exist, like a battle arena. But in Duke, it felt like places that could exist, such as, you got your supermarket there, your cinemas, post office, there's toilets, just things that you're familiar with in real life that could exist. And you could also explore places that would normally be out of bounds, like you could go behind, into the storage areas in the supermarket, in the freezer sections that you're normally not allowed to access. Or even, as cinema, you can go to where the projector is and see what that's like. So that was really interesting to explore. It's not really like part of the game, other than maybe finding secret power-ups in there. But just spending time exploring, I really valued that. And also just making your own story or thinking how these places are used by people before they got taken over by aliens. Then one day I discovered Build. So it's just some random file that was in the Duke directory, and it lets you create your own levels. So yeah, I stumbled upon this completely by accident. It looked like something like this, but just a blank canvas, and you could just draw some points, and then just one button, and you get immediate preview, and you can even move around in this kind of preview space. Yeah, that was quite impactful for me, and quickly learned how to manipulate the area a bit more. The good thing about Duke is the engine was quite limited, so you could only really you only had to worry about one axis, which was this top view here, because you could only really elevate the floor or lower the ceiling to make all these environments. So that was great for a beginner. You only needed to worry about one dimension almost. Yeah, and then after that, I did a bit of real 3D stuff, I guess. We doubled into Quake 2 level editing and realized, now there's at least 3 dimensions you have to worry about now, which is quite a big step. I think for me it was quite daunting at first, but eventually I moved on to Half-Life and creating similar sort of levels like that. I loved making just spaces, like places, even areas that weren't really a game. They were just places you explore, and I would just play with friends, and I even had a friend that he would also make levels and we would share stuff that we've done. So that was great. Yeah, so the limitation with geometry from Duke was no longer there. Yeah, so it was a great progression for me, a natural progression to get more involved and more complicated level design. Yeah, my main regret is I wish I still had these levels. I had so many. Unfortunately, at some point, I lost all of them because these are mostly on, the communal family computer. I wish I could even showcase stuff today that I've done. But yeah, these are just from the internet, unfortunately. So then, some doubt in the future. Eventually I stopped making levels. The friends that I used to share with and make levels with, they moved on. They seemed to just grow out of games and creating levels. And even just talking about what I like to do, it felt a bit embarrassing because, there's that stigma, games are waste time games for children. Even just other stuff like drawing or animating, kind of affected everything. And needed to start thinking about, a real career. So where am I now? How did I get here? So sometime after that, I did some IT tech support. I eventually went to uni, UNSW, and did digital media with a bit of focus on 3D modeling, which I loved a lot. And it helped that I had a bit of a grasp on how to create in 3D, a 3D environment. And worked in graphic design. And during that time, when I was working in graphic design, I took opportunities to work in 3D where I could, making like instruction manuals and things like that. One day I remembered that I still want to create games. Maybe it's something that you realize as you get older, you remember the passions you used to have and things you pushed back because you were waiting for the right time. But when is the right time? You have to make that now. So otherwise, you'll live in regret that you wish you started earlier. So in the last few years, I started my game dev journey and dedicated that to mostly learning from scratch, following online tutorials and that sort of thing, and short courses online. But since I worked in IT, graphic design, and I did the Bachelor of Digital Media, I had a bit of a head start in some areas. So that was great. And then I made attempts to join the community, so such as game jams. I did a lot of game jams online, which was great to meet new people. That were both interesting and helpful, and I learned how to work in a small team, even though the time was limited. And then I also attended physical meetups such as Beer and Pixels, which has been great. I still attend regularly now. I've met other devs and also made some good friends, as well as others to work with and some opportunities. And throughout that time, I've also been working on a personal project to bring and show occasionally as I make some decent progress. And I've also managed to join a small dev team. So I'll try again. That's, rediscovering. Yeah, so rediscovering my passions. So doing all that, especially meeting new people and finding those opportunities, I found a community of people with the same interests, other developers, artists, other gamers even. People that look at what I'm making and understand why I care about it. And making new connections and finding opportunities. So just talking briefly about the projects that I was working on. So this is Impish Regalia. So my game I've been kind of working on for the last few years. It's been my learning project. So I've rebuilt this multiple times, at least 5 times from scratch almost. So it's hard to call it the same game, but it's just a project I've been working on and changing as I'm learning how to do things, primarily through Unity, but just general game dev skills and art and that sort of thing. Yeah, so I'm aiming for this to be a Metroidvania at some point, but at the moment, it's just still kind of early, a 2D pixel art platformer. And just in the last couple of months, I've been working on this new game called Exodus Remains. So this is just a twin stick top-down shooter, but now it's got 3D graphics, even though they're just primitives and placeholders for now. But I intend to delve back into 3D and do some modeling. That'll be fun. But it also has online play. So my main aim for this was seeing if I could get networking happening. So that's been a big success for me, as well as a level generation. Like it's just procedurally randomly generated. So that's been fun to figure out. And I know working on two projects at the same time isn't the best idea, but kind of have a little story about that I can mention if we have time later. So other than that, so the dev team I did join was with Insignia, if you guys know about that game, by Adam. You might have seen him today. Is he here? He's not here. No, I mean in this room now. No.
Previous panel.
Yeah, I saw him there. No, that's right. That's cool. No, that's fine. So Adam, yeah, he's great. So I joined his team as an animator as well as a designer. Did a bit of design on enemies and level design and other minor things. Yeah, check it out on Steam. If it's available on Steam, you can join the playtest and wish list if you like. That'd be great. I'm sure he'll love that, or I'll love that too. So Imposter Syndrome. So yeah, there was an application for this, joining Insignia. So I did this little animation here of this character. So I didn't get to see what the others submitted, so I wasn't sure how well my animation was. But yeah, I was a bit surprised, but I was happy that I got accepted. Was no one else better? Did I fluke this somehow? Can I even do this work? Like, am I really good enough to be as good as Adam, to match his art and animation? But yeah, but when I think about it rationally, I realize my previous work shows I knew what I was doing. Like he did see my previous game, Imperial Gallia, when I showed it at Beer and Pixel, so he knew I was familiar with animation and pixel art, and we were making a kind of a similar sort of game. So there was a lot of good overlap there. And this is just some of the animations I just chose at random. Sorry, I was in the way there. That I've done for the game so far, Insignia. So I'm happy with how those turned out. Yeah, I'm just going to tell myself, sometimes things seem easy or obvious, but it doesn't mean it's easy to everyone. And it's good to appreciate and value the skills that you have. And yeah, it also helps to work with great people that do understand that as well. All right. Okay. How are we doing for time? I can try to get through this. It's probably taking longer than I thought, but just a few other points I guess I can mention. So, what else does game dev look like? You've probably heard these kind of things before. You don't know you have a problem until you run into it. A lot of the times things seem straightforward when you plan things out, and then things take much longer than you realize. And then you might doubt yourself again, where you might have spent hours working on something, but then the end result is just something so tiny that it feels like, what did I do all day? So, like this little level that I made, a player could get through this in like a minute probably. But all these systems that I made just took forever, getting the camera spaces correct and transitions and just all the coding involved. A lot of it's reusable, but yeah, just a little example there. And then there's also bad feedback that you might get. You might think, the customer's always right, the gamers know what they want. But sometimes you just get crappy feedback, and they really affect you. Sometimes you get someone sit down and play your game that's obviously in prototype, and they'll just say something like, those blocks look ugly. And not really sure if they're trying to be funny or anything like that. But I don't really say anything else constructive. And you don't really know them well enough or at all, really. So, yeah, sometimes you might come across these comments, but and you question whether people have your best interests at heart, if they're wishing you well on your game dev journey. I don't know. Can anyone relate to this kind of stuff? Does that sound familiar?
That it's not complex enough to be helpful.
Yeah.
It's obviously because of it being a work in progress.
Yeah, but also from like other game devs, like you'd expect them to be able to relate and probably give you constructive feedback on.
Also be a bit of a struggle when you do get the feedback, but it's not kind of the feedback that you're hoping for,
Mm.
and it can be an additional struggle that the feedback is not helping you in how to improve on the game that you're creating.
Yeah, that's right. Like, if the controls are clunky, like what about it is clunky? Like, how could I improve it? At the time, I could try to ask those questions, but sometimes you don't always get that opportunity. Yeah. Yeah. So just to reiterate, so is any feedback good feedback? So we want feedback to reinforce our work and make us feel like we're in the right direction. And negative feedback gives us insight on potential problems and helps us redirect. But yeah, hopefully it's constructive in that way, and not we try not to think of them as malicious or something to put us down. So I can talk a bit about rejection. So I did apply for the government grant, which I did not get, unfortunately, but they did provide feedback eventually. But the initial rejection is hard to process. But they have valid reasons why. This kind of segues into why I did start a new project, because I kind of put this on hold mentally because I didn't know how to scope it. I needed to wait to hear back if I've got the grant or not, whether how big I should make this game or if I need to restructure it completely. So I'll get back to it, when I'm ready. No, well, soon. How much time do we have? Okay, so I can just skim over these last points. So comparison, I'm sure you all heard this, shouldn't compare yourself with other people, huge successful people. There are a few around us. Yeah, and just remember the purpose that you've got into game dev. So do you want to make a big successful hit, like our other Australian friends here that made some hit games? Or do you just want to join a well-known game dev company? Or is it more of a hobby? And maybe you can make a few dollars out of it. Just see how well you do. And then I touch on AI. So this is a bit more recent. So I got into game dev seriously in an interesting time where it was like pre-AI and now post-AI. And yeah, a lot of these feelings I got. So AI kind of ruined everything. All my coding and art skills mean almost nothing now. The value of my skills heavily diminished. And anyone can do what I can with much lower time and effort. Yeah. Yeah. And I miss this kind of stuff. So, there's Adam again. Like this is probably my first time seeing anything about Adam before I even knew he was Australian even. Yeah, I learned a lot from Adam's tutorials. These were probably from like 6-7 years ago. And Bracky's, I used to love Bracky's. Or, he's made a comeback, but not the same as he used to. But yeah, love that stuff. Yeah, he's doing Godot. I'd like to do Godot one day, and I'll probably start on his videos, depending on whether he continues or not. Yeah, so just other things to worry about relating to AI. So now, even if you don't use AI for generative artwork or anything like that, you still have this new worries like, will people think I used AI? Do I have to do something special to avoid making my art look like it was not AI? And have I missed the boat? Like, I kind of envy these old devs from like decades ago that didn't have to worry about this kind of stuff, and their skills and time were valued. They could take more time to create. Like the original devs of Doom. That sounds great. But AI does have its uses, so I did dabble a little bit. So when I was stuck with my level layouts for my game, so I just put into AI the most, bare bones prompt, like, oh, I'm stuck on my level. Like, how could I make it more interesting? And it gave me this, which is not very helpful, but it is interesting to look at. Yeah, yeah, but it's good. It's good for brainstorming, I would say. Even like you can kind of get stuff out of this that that you didn't intend. Like these rocks are kind of interesting. So okay, I can kind of maybe get inspired. Like AI probably took this from somewhere else. It's kind of like like a Google search is just kind of yeah, exactly. The horizons. It's cool. But yeah, like where's this gameplay? Like climb there, and there's nothing there. Like it's interesting. It's funny to look at. Okay, good. Some closing thoughts. Yeah, learn to expect the irrational thoughts and accept them as part of the process, and try to share those faults and fears and doubts with others, and that'll help you get through it. And I'm sure you'll find people that have very similar feelings. Thank you. Oh. And I don't know what kind of questions I could try to answer if anyone has any, but yeah, thanks for listening. Yeah. All right.
And that concludes the talks for today. Please head back to room A where we will be having our event conclusion. We will be acknowledging the crowdfunding supporters and other volunteers that helped make today possible. Where is it? Oh, hello. It is so not visible. This is gonna be mean, man. You're mean, the hell out of me.